Good afternoon and welcome to the work session of the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, September 19th. We've been in a mini retreat all morning and had a lunch break, and now we're back. And we're going to start with an update on the P&Z adoption and certification of the Snowmass Capital Master Plan, and Ellen Sassano is going to tell us about it.
Thank you, Francie. I'd like to start, if I may, by introducing Hannah Hunt Muller, and that's Hannah Hunt, like Tammy Jean. She is our new senior long-range planner, and we are really excited to have her as part of our community development department, team. And you'll see a lot more of her in the coming months. So please welcome Hannah Hunt.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome to you.
Thank you.
So I am here today to give you an update on what's actually called the Valleys of Capitol Creek and Lower Snowmass Creek Master Plan, which was, it's kind of a mouthful. Basically, this is just to provide an update on that plan, which was adopted by the Planning and Zoning Commission on May 2nd of this year as an amendment to the 2018 Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus Master Plan. And no action is requested of you today. This is just really to inform you about the plan update.
The packet was great, really well put together.
Oh, thank you. Quick question.
Just regarding the caucuses split some years ago, and how did that affect any of this? You don't have to tell me, answer that now. I was just wondering, that was just back in my mind.
That's great. I will actually address that question in a couple of slides here. I'll start though, just in case anybody is watching who's not familiar with the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus area. I know most of you, all of you are, and certainly Steve is. But for those who may be watching, the caucus area contains about 17,000 acres of both private land and a lot of federal lands as well. And at the top of the screen on the right, let's see if I can get used to this mouse. You've got Highway 82 coming across the top of the screen there, and then Lower Snowmass Creek Road comes off of Highway 82 right in this area, until it comes to the T, where Capitol Creek Road here goes off to the west and south, and Upper Snowmass Creek Road heads off to the east and south. And so this area to the left is all contained within the Snowmass Capitol Creek area. The caucus area contains a couple of long-standing subdivisions. Gateway and Little Elk Creek are here. And I think a lot of people are familiar, sorry, this isn't very easy to see, but with the monastery. That's definitely a landmark that many people are familiar with. And of course, Snowmass Creek and Capitol Creek both run through this area. And you've got the Capitol Creek Trailhead, which many people use. And then again, at the top of the screen, at the very bottom of the caucus area, is the Snowmass Conoco station right at the intersection with the highway. And so many people use that station and are familiar with that as well. Somebody's stopping me. I can't get through the hall. Sorry. Hi, Patty. So then to address your question, Greg, the name of the master plan changed. In 2018, it was the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus Master Plan. And this version of the plan is now called the Valleys of Capitol Creek and Lower Snowmass Creek Master Plan. And that is the result of the fact that in 2016, the board recognized the Upper Snowmass Creek Caucus Master Plan as a separate caucus area, distinct from the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus area. So on this map, Snowmass Capitol Creek is on the left here. Upper Snowmass Creek Caucus area is on the right. And I don't know if you can tell from this map, but they used to be, obviously, side by side as they used to be connected, and now they exist as side by side caucuses. don't know how well you can see this lower map, but they coexist now as separate areas. And the Upper Snowmass Creek Caucus developed their own master plan. And so the name change was to reflect the fact that only Lower Snowmass Creek continues to exist within the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus area. Does that make
Now,
sense?
why did they do that?
There were
There was a rift.
yeah.
It's not like they're overwhelmed with population or anything.
It looks as though
Philosophical rift.
Steve would like to
If I
jump
may,
in.
Please do.
there were two major disagreements between some of the residents of Upper Snowmass Creek and the rest of the residents in Lower Snowmass Creek and Capitol Creek. The first task had to do with the maximum house size,
Right.
which is reflected in the fact that the Capitol Creek side wanted a lower maximum house size, which is now memorialized in the 750 maximum house size. The Upper Snowmass Creek wanted a larger house size, and I think they opted for 15,000 maximum house size in their caucus area.
Correct.
Second
yeah.
point had to do with marijuana grow operations, whether they should be allowed or special review or prohibited. And on the Capitol Creek side, which is more big ranches, people felt like, it should be a use by special review. There might be locations that would be suitable and you don't want to preclude it. And people on the Upper Snowmass Creek were adamantly opposed to it. So those were the two things that drove the wedge between the two caucus areas.
And I think that the folks along the lower Snowmass Creek portion of the caucus areas really were more aligned. And tell me if this is not an accurate representation, but we're more aligned with the Snowmass Capitol Creek caucus at the time. So they stayed with that caucus rather than splitting into the Upper Snowmass Creek area.
Yeah,
Does that make
I'm
sense?
happy to report at our annual meeting of the Capitol Creek Caucus, Lower Snowmass Creek Caucus, there were people from the Upper Snowmass Creek Caucus attending.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Good.
We're still neighbors, we're still friends. There's talk that eventually the two caucuses will remerge into one caucus at some point in the future.
Especially if we go through with our growth management plan.
Right. So thank you for that, Steve, for that additional information.
Thanks, Steve.
And so this is how we coexist today, right? So there were several changes made between the 2018 snowcap master plan and the current plan recently adopted. Really, the 2023 plan is consistent with the 2018 plan in that it continues to support rural residential character and protection of the natural environment, which is something we find in virtually all of the master plans that come forward today. This new plan places some new emphasis on issues such as house size, as Steve alluded to, climate action, special event venues, and dark skies within the caucus area, which we'll get to. I know you've had some conversations with the caucus about dark skies specifically. And these are some of the same issues you're going to be dealing with and addressing coming out of the Community Growth Advisory Committee as well as we move forward. So on the residential, and stop, if you have questions, feel free to stop me, but I'll just motor through. On the residential development side of things, as Steve said, this plan makes a recommendation for a 5,750 square foot house size cap within the caucus area, and that is a departure from the 2018 plan, which had a recommendation for a cap of 8,250 square feet. So this again was just really with the purpose of looking to rural character and making sure that that character is maintained. There's also a recommendation for single-family homes of a size and bulk that's compatible with the size of the lot. we will be looking at this again as a result of some of the recommendations out of the Community Growth Advisory Committee. This is going to relate to zoning, just how we structure some of the existing zoning in the rural areas to make sure that home size has some relationship to house size. But I won't go, that's going to be quite a lengthy discussion when we get there. The plan also supports net zero energy consumption for all new and remodeled homes. And again, that's something that you all have been talking about and will continue to develop in the coming year or so as we walk through some changes in the land use and the energy codes. In addition, I know you all have had some conversations with the caucus about dark skies and the importance of dark skies, particularly in these rural areas. And so there is a specific recommendation for adherence to the Pickens County Lighting Code with some added emphasis on the value of dark skies. And I know that this caucus area, I believe, is going to be applying to be a dark sky, to get a designation as a dark skies community. Mm-hmm. And you all may have, I think you are in the mix there and mm-hmm. aware of that potential change. So then, there are also several recommendations made that relate to commercial and institutional uses in the land use code. And specifically, there's some recommendations that special review uses be added to the land use code for this specific area. There are also some areas, some uses that are identified that are incompatible, deemed to be incompatible with the caucus area. So the special review uses that have been added or are recommended to be added include renewable energy generation in the form of wind turbines and hydroelectric power, which again is consistent with conversations that you have been having and will continue to have moving forward. There's also a recommendation to have cultivation of controlled substances, and I think we're talking about marijuana primarily here. So growing cultivation is something that could be considered as a special review use here. And seasonal and permanent employee housing is another thing that they are suggesting be considered as a special review use within the caucus area. Uses identified as incompatible include permanent camps and schools, marijuana processing and retail facilities, and special event venues. There was a lot of conversation and debate about special event venues as part of this plan revision. And in the end, the decision was that while special event permits still should be considered within the caucus area, the more intensive venues should be prohibited because of concerns about noise and traffic and things that you have been addressing over the years relating to special events.
Can I ask a question here?
Yeah.
So why schools and camps, Steve? Why not schools and camps?
I was not at a caucus meeting when they discussed that. I'm not familiar with what their discussions were, and I actually wondered about, given the uncertain future of the monastery right now, that facility could actually be turn into a good place for a school or a camp, possibly. So I personally question that. I would feel that should be a special review personally, but I wasn't involved in the decision at the caucus at all. So
right. So two things. One, I was also not privy to the conversation that led to this recommendation. However, I will note that the plan is an advisory document. It was adopted as an advisory document, and these recommendations will move forward to be considered as code amendments. And at that time, you may make the planning commission and/or you all may make the decision that, maybe this should be a special review use rather than prohibited. So This is advisory only, and unfortunately, I don't have the background as to
Yeah,
what
and
led to it.
the caucus members said that frequently when they were discussing the house size, for instance, that this is just an advisory document. The
Yeah.
commissioners could override what is in the master plan.
Right.
So
But-
they're aware of that,
But good question, thank you.
yeah.
So I think you all know that this caucus area is heavily used for cycling, the roads in particular for cycling, and also just to access the recreation on the forest lands that comprise a lot of this caucus area. And in the last plan, there was a recommendation, because of concerns about safety on the roads relating to bicycles and traffic, there was a recommendation for just a wider shoulder, but this plan upgrades that recommendation to say, we need to request safety improvements, whatever they may be. And they're talking really, the focus area is this lower Snowmass Creek Road that takes you up to that T intersection between Capitol Creek and Snowmass Creek. And Tim Malloy found this photograph of this sad photograph of this bear. And so the good news is that there is a new recommendation that trash containers be bear-proof, and that's particularly relevant in the fall now, when we see all the bears coming out. I don't know that it's required I don't know the answer to
That
that
was already
question.
required as part of our wildlife thing that we passed some years ago.
If it is already required, then it's a moot point. If it's not, then we'll
And
look
then we
at
just
it.
need to enforce it.
Right. Well, enforcement is is always an issue. Noise, sorry, this is a little small, but noise pollution is something that we haven't really seen addressed in other master plans, but it is an issue for this caucus, and there's several recommendations relating to prohibitions on fireworks, drones, loud music, new aircraft landing strips, and vertical takeoff landing areas, pads, sorry. But there's also a lot of focus on special events here, again, in terms of noise pollution. And some of the recommendations relating to special events are really already a part of our standards, but I think there was just a real desire to emphasize the need to enforce those special event standards. And then firearms are also something that were introduced as an issue for this area in terms of noise. And so there's several recommendations made specific to firearms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there have been
Sorry.
some weddings or special events, I think they were probably weddings, where the noise was so loud you could hear it 2 ranches away. Like, that means several miles away. And that concern is raised by the residents in this master plan, because the noise has bothered people in the past.
And there is a specific recommendation to prohibit noise levels that exceed 60 decibels, thank you, at the property line after 11 p.m. So I think that is a departure from the current standard. So,
The current standard, I think, is 10 o'clock.
okay.
So we need to check that too, because we already have we have an existing noise ordinance. My question is, though, some of the definitions, how do you define excessive discharge of firearms? I mean, for me, that's 1 round, not semi-automatic. So some of these things need to be, I think, more
Oh.
clearly defined, because there's I have a lot of circles here, like loud music, which you now define, but, loud music to one person is one thing and one person is another, but definitely the excessive use to some people is different than to others.
I imagine there will be, if the P and Z and board choose to
be
implement these standards, I'm sure there will be some debate, particularly on the firearms point. So, to be determined. And this photograph, which I stole off the internet, you can't really see it
Is that
very
like
well,
a
but it's
May Day dance or something?
looks pretty wild and excessive. But it's not taken directly from this caucus area.
That's not in our caucus area.
No,
Nancy, I have a question.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'd love for an all clear from the attorney's office related to restrictions on firearm discharge.
Absolutely.
I know there's been efforts from other counties to try and pass legislation to give explicit regulatory authorities related to some of these things that have not progressed. So I just would like to be sure that we have the regulatory authority.
Absolutely, and I will go back to the point that this is an advisory document. It's something that the caucus residents wanted to bring forward. It may or may not be something that we are able to implement. And, yeah,
Okay. Thank
point
you.
well taken, thank you. On the topic of water, this caucus has been really diligent over the years in addressing water as a top priority, and that's relating primarily to water in-stream flow. And they've just reiterated their desire to make sure that water is front and center, and that's water quality and quantity and in-stream and the protection of in-stream waters within this caucus area and the county and countywide. So they've added support for voluntary actions to transfer water rights to protect in-stream flows within the caucus streams at least.
And that would be what's allowed by the state.
Right.
Yeah, that's another thing that.
Sure.
Our hands are kind of tied on some of that.
Right. You have some real advocates in this caucus area with respect to water rights. So, and perhaps we can call on them to help if we do want to go to the state to make some changes. So energy use and resiliency is something new. I don't think that was included in the 2018 plan. And the caucus supports examination of the potential for community solar facilities and also the potential for a microgrid in the valley, as long as both are compatible with the other goals and objectives in the plan. This is something that we do want to explore, just looking at resiliency within neighborhoods in the event that the grid should go down. And really this is forward thinking and I think in alignment with some of the conversations that have been had and we will continue to have moving forward.
Are those noxious weeds around that soil?
Sorry. Oh, that's another, again,
I'm
I
just
think
picking
Tim
up,
found
like-
this, actually, that might be, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might be noxious weeds. Good catch.
Those could be oxeye daisy or
I'm just-
Right.
chamomile down in the lower
Okay.
left there.
You
Not
get,
from around
okay,
here.
right.
Steve's
We'll
gonna be out there
look
picking up.
into that. I don't want to get,
I don't know
stuck
where
there.
that solar.
Don't get
array
anybody in
is.
trouble. I know, I'm not.
You know what? That might even be local. I just don't remember where it is. But I think that might be a local array. So
Sorry.
climate is also, no, that's the fun of these photographs. You get
I
caught
think it
sometimes.
looked like CRMS ones to me.
That's what I was
Could
gonna
be,
say too.
could be. So climate is also a new section in this plan, and we're seeing it more and more in the master plans, fortunately. Basically, there's a recommendation, well, home and landowners are encouraged to understand climate vulnerabilities and curb greenhouse gas pollution and be proactive, take proactive steps to prepare for climate resilience. So they suggest decarbonizing energy systems entirely by 2035, which is a lofty goal, but is a good recommendation. And it's recommended that residents shrink their footprint and consumption relating to water, energy, gasoline, waste, methane, etc. And then there's also a recommendation to practice regenerative farming and to plant carbon sequestering native plants, which is definitely something, a worthwhile effort to pursue, in my opinion. Wildfire, we are in a classic wildfire season now, although we've had some great rain. And the plan basically makes it clear that wildfire is with us here to stay and that residents should be educated to understand that controlled burns on public and agricultural lands are common and consistent with wildfire prevention.
Nothing else on wildfire?
Yeah, I had some other things I was gonna add.
You know,
to
I
that.
think that was, the principal recommendation. There may have been more. Honestly, it's been a while since I've looked at the plan as a whole. But that was one that stood out. So, sorry, Greg, whoever you are, not to have.
I think it's
Call me
more,
whatever you want.
I think it's more comprehensive
That's
than
the-
just that, yeah.
Yeah, it is more
And
comprehensive.
there have been controlled burns on the BLM land on Light Hill in our caucus area in the past, more than one time.
Francie, can I add to that? Yeah, I did make notes about, especially after going to that recent thing at the fire station, about hardening their, when anybody rebuilds or new builds, the
Right.
mitigation efforts that Greg's always pushing. And then I think the local caucuses need to come up with some kind of their own kind of internal evacuation plan.
Yeah.
Especially, not just for people and belongings, but for animals, livestock, especially in those neighborhoods.
And that is something that I know is a recommendation in the Upper Snowmass Creek plan, and it may be incorporated here as well.
That's
It's certainly
important.
something that we want to encourage
Yeah.
for all of the caucus areas. Environmental stewardship is another new section, and it recommends use of the Roaring Fork Biodiversity Study as a tool in analyzing development proposals. And I think many of you are familiar with that study, and I think there may have been at some point some commissioners requesting a presentation on that study now that it's been complete to have a better understanding of what is incorporated and how it may be used in the county moving forward. So we may try to set up a presentation for you so you know what that study entails.
You know, Ellen, on October 3rd, we have Safe Passages coming to talk about the wildlife watershed biodiversity studies facets regarding wildlife and wildlife crossings. So that might be an opportunity to put some in. They'll be here on October 3rd.
We do have things scheduled until about 5:30 that day right now.
They're on the
Already on
agenda
the schedule.
at 1
We
a.m.,
just
1
added to
p.m.
that one.
Okay, well, I will look into that, and if that timing works and they are available, great, and if not, then maybe we can schedule
Yeah,
something to
Great.
follow.
I would support that. Thank you.
Great, okay. And also, lawn space reduction is something that I haven't seen in other plans, but I think it's a good recommendation, and it's basically encouraging the reduction of lawn space and the retention and planting of native species to support the food web, provide food, shelter, and corridors for wildlife, birds, and pollinators.
Yeah, but I would maybe, you know, if thinking about reduction of lawn space, they're doing it in Glenwood right now. They're giving an incentive program for the city of Glenwood, town of Glenwood, like Las Vegas. I don't want to encourage fake grass
Good point.
because that's,
Plastic.
yeah, it's plastic, it's not good for wildlife, it's, you know, it looks pretty and it doesn't use water great, but I'd rather see the native plantings or just, you know, xeriscaping or something like that.
And I don't think I think that is not the intent here to
I know, but
plastic
you know,
lawns,
it
but-
could be,
Yeah, but best intentions, so that's a good point, thank you. And then again, back to your point about wildlife habitat and corridors, there's a recommendation to preserve those key connections between mule deer and elk habitat corridors. And that's something that I think is really critical and is being talked about statewide. And that's it for my presentation. Sorry, it's almost 1:30. I didn't leave much time for additional questions, but if you have any, I'm happy to respond. And, yeah? Oh,
I was just waving to Shannon.
okay, I thought you were waving to me. Any questions from the board? Any
Will
more
we see
questions?
code amendments based on this coming to us?
Did you say when will we see, or will we see?
Will we?
We will absolutely take recommendations here that would need to be implemented via code amendment and bring them forward in as timely a manner as we can. I think you will be seeing some code amendments coming forward over the next year, and we're going to try to wrap some of the caucus area and caucus master plan recommendations into all of the other recommendations that are coming to you via the growth committee
Okay.
and other places. So
not
yes.
separately altogether.
To be determined.
Okay.
Yeah. I think will probably be, to be determined. I think they
Yeah.
probably will be somewhat separate, but coordinated. How's that?
Yeah, there was talk of the code overlay for the 5750 like was done on Maroon Creek, and I think that would have to be separate from land use code amendment.
That would be the zone overlay that we discussed to implement some of these specific recommendations would be, actually, I thank you for reminding me of that. That overlay probably will come forward in the near term, just because it's something that's fairly simple to implement, pretty straightforward. So that one probably will come forward in the near term. And we'll be looking in that zone overlay, we'll look at house size, but we'll also look at uses, the use changes that are recommended for the area. So, yeah, that's good
Any
question.
other
Thank
questions
you.
for Ellen? Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thanks, sorry I got here late.
Oh, you do not need to apologize to me. Thanks, and I will get this off. She says, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna grab my water bottle.
Do you want me to delete it, or? Oh, go away. That's what you
And
said.
Mikkel, you may have seen calls from me over the weekend, but I got it figured out.
Okay, good. I was out of service all weekend.
That's okay, I was stuck in the office and couldn't get the printers to connect to my new computer, but I got it figured out, thank you.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is the response shelter project. And I see we have some ladies to talk to us about it. John, are you going to introduce it?
Yeah, I'll introduce it. So the board had previously approved a contribution to response in the amount of $250,000. At that time, the board had left open the possibility of an additional contribution. At that time, the board was talking about an additional up to $250,000 if response found itself in need towards the end of their fundraising. I think there's a lot of good news to share on the project, but there's also a funding gap that needs to be covered, and I will turn it over to Shan from Response to talk
Great.
about that.
Thanks for having me back,
Hi,
you guys.
nice to see you on this
Hi.
side of the door.
Thank you, yes. Guys, this is Tiffany Bledsaw. She's our housing program manager, and since she runs all the housing stuff, I wanted her to come so you can meet her and she could listen in on this. So
Tiffany, welcome.
Thank you. So, of course, thank you guys so much for the first contribution to the campaign. It was hugely helpful, and thank you for, at that time, leaving the door open for coming back. As you saw in the letter, as happens with these campaigns, when we started the campaign, we did not have all of the information that we have now. Most specifically, our construction numbers at that point were based on a conceptual drawing. We've since then learned that our property is pretty constrained. There's a lot of floodplain constraints that make it more expensive. There's a height restriction that makes it more expensive. We just put more elements in, and I think a lot of it is just actually doing the work of going out to subcontractors rather than having the third-party estimator that we first worked with, who came up with our $5.1 million number. So all of that specific to our site has increased, but also we've heard from our owner's rep that construction costs have gone up about 30% since we started this process anyhow. So all that to say is when our general contractor came back to us with a number, it was originally $2.7 million more than we thought. And we've done some really intense value engineering around the plans since then. to get that number down to a more manageable number. But we still are looking at a budget that's gone from 7.7 to 8.5 to now about 9.2, which leaves us with a $1.4 million gap that we want to fill before starting construction, ideally end of October, so we can beat the freeze of the ground. Who knows when that'll happen, but hopefully by sometime in November. And we have a lot of confidence in meeting the gap that we had originally seen with our public campaign, a $700,000 gap. And for that reason, we have not gone back to the public and changed our we're trying to raise $8.5 million, because you can only go back so many times to people without having these in-depth conversations and really explaining why numbers have changed. Without creating a lot of confusion. So what we're really hoping to do is still raising that $700,000 that we've talked about from the people that we've been working with through the start of the campaign, individuals in the community that have really expressed interest in this, but that we have this additional $700,000 gap to meet the total of 1.4 to get to where we need to go. I think it's really fitting that we're on the agenda today at the same time as the Valley Alliance to End Homelessness, because we are obviously a key component of working to end homelessness, obviously in a very specific segment of the homeless population. But as I think you guys know, domestic violence is a leading cause of homelessness for women and children. So having a shelter where women and men suffering from abuse can go to avoid being without a safe home in these circumstances is a crucial part of that whole spectrum. I have talked with Christina, and we're going to continue to engage with that group. I did want to make some corrections to her chart, which you've maybe not looked at yet, but we actually, response exists on each level of that continuum in their chart, because we are doing case management, we are doing emergency shelter, both through very short-term emergency shelter, people can go to a hotel in the middle of the night, and then our up to 3-month shelter stays, which is, we were providing in apartments, and now we will be providing with this shelter. And then we also engage very heavily in the rapid rehousing work, which is our flexible rental assistance. So I think that we're a key component of that homelessness prevention spectrum, and be happy to answer any questions about where we are and why I'm back here and where we go from here.
I have a question about what happens after 3 months to people who maybe haven't gotten it quite together to be independent.
Right. So 3 months is kind of our target, and that's based on what other agencies throughout the country kind of see. But we're certainly looking at up to 6 months, and that has probably changed. Like in 2022, the numbers from Tiffany's department is that people stayed in our transitional shelter units for 1.6 months on average. So it was actually lower than that, and that sometimes people would stay only for 2 weeks, and sometimes they'd go a little longer. We do have that flexible rental assistance, the rapid rehousing dollars, and we can provide up to 12 months of rental assistance, and that really helps people to get into and to afford or to keep the place that they maybe were living with their abuser, and that abuser is now gone. But we don't kick people out if they're showing progress towards looking for a place and looking for a job, and we're not going to send people out on the streets.
It's pretty hard to find a place in this valley right now.
It is. It's really hard, and that's Tiffany's full-time job. So she works with everybody in our housing program, meets with them once a week to what's your progress, helping them work with landlords, helping them look for places, helping them apply for affordable housing programs, kind of look at other options outside of the valley if that's what needs to happen, and also financial management, right? Like how maybe your current income is not going to allow you to get into a place, but what can we do to improve your financial management or earning power, all those things with the end goal of getting people independently housed.
And should we expect some of the people to leave the valley once they've gotten their feet under them?
Definitely some people leave the valley because they can't find a place to move into. And sometimes it's the best choice for them because they leave to go to someplace where they have a support system in place. If their whole support system was based around their abuser, sometimes staying here is not the healthiest thing. But that 3 to 6 months in shelter gives them the opportunity to kind of explore that, what's the best place for them to go. And I'd let Tiffany talk more, but she had a root canal this morning, so she said, please don't make me talk.
Yes, Patty?
Yeah, as far as funding, I was kind of hoping to see numbers of who else contributed what. I know that we have a percentage of people that are served from Pickens County and throughout the valley, and, I think this provides a service that's much needed, but, in all fairness for Pickens County and our process for giving nonprofits grants, which we try to stick to because it's fair. And if we have people coming in for capital expense, we're going to expect every nonprofit could be coming to us
Right.
next. And we have a limited amount of money. Right, Francie? It's a limited amount of money in Pickens County. But, so I was hoping to see what others contributed the first round and what they're being asked the second round, rather than, another 250 just coming right off the top for us.
So I can answer that for you. So what John referred to is we did just get $4 million from the state in the Division
We saw
of
that in the
Housing.
paper. We're very proud of you. Thank you very much.
Super exciting, and I will note that we were one of the very few organizations that got the full amount that we asked for. So we
That's
felt
pretty
like that
incredible.
was really kudos to our plan,
Congratulations.
which is great. We've gotten 150 from the city of Aspen, 30,000 from Town of Snowmass Village. We have a $50,000 request to Eagle County. We're going to Garfield County probably with a $30,000 request. And the town of Basalt, we requested a fee waiver, and they turned us down, which was frustrating.
Yes.
So we're going back to them with a request for their tobacco tax dollars, but they're really kind of only talking about maybe $10,000 a year, which is what we get for operations right now. So
So Pickens County would be putting in 500, and Snowmass put in 30, City of Aspen 150, which is still part of Pickens County. Eagle hasn't responded back to just 50,000 total, or an additional 50,000.
no, total. Yeah, we're just getting on their agenda. We haven't gotten on, so they haven't turned us down yet. We just have getting in
Okay,
the
so that's in
scheduling.
the works. So I'm just trying to look at the fairness of a 30, so Pickens County, we'd have to look at the 150 coming from the city, that's another 180 coming from within Pitkin. So, just trying to keep it, so if we have our other nonprofits, which we have, 52 or something, nonprofits that come to us for money through our Healthy Community Fund? Isn't it some high number?
I think it's over that now. I think it's closer to 75. But we'd be drawing this from ARPA funds. We did view this as just so
Right,
we know.
I understand
yeah,
that, but it's
yeah.
still money coming from Pickens County. Garfield County got
Absolutely,
ARPA
yeah.
funds, Eagle County got ARPA funds, so, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just, so that we have some defense when we have everybody else, 75 other nonprofits coming to us, wanting money for good causes, and that,
Yeah.
how do we be fair?
And then the way staff was looking at this when it came forward was the board had directed that we look for a combination of housing and childcare projects for the ARPA funds. We did view this as transitional housing, kind of on the left side of that housing continuum, and that's why we proposed ARPA funds for this. That's, yeah.
No, it seems like it's a one way to make good use of those ARPA funds within the period of time we have to use them. I'm just wondering if we should make a donation. Of course, I think we will. I expect that we will. I would just like to challenge the other communities to step up a bit more. I think the city of Aspen, I think, has a huge role to play here. Why don't we challenge them and say we'll match what they put in, for instance? Or maybe we'll match the other communities who, honestly, there's a zero missing on all of those numbers. And I'm just wondering if we could challenge, hey, we're good to go. We'll put in 250,000 more if they match it. And
What about if we did that for their operations every year, since they are well into this capital campaign now, and
well, what are you asking for today?
250 for the campaign.
They need
For the
another,
it's the second 250, we already gave them 250.
Right.
yeah, but they'll still be looking for another 450 to match the 700,000 that you need. On top of the 700, you're hoping to raise from private entities.
Correct. Our
You
gap
need
right now is
1.4
1.4.
million.
Yeah, yep. And we have a request to Daniel's fund for 250,000, which is very likely to get funded by November.
So I'd like to see Eagle County coming in Garfield County.
Yeah, and what Eagle County has said, and you guys did a support letter to them, essentially saying that we've already, and that was when we put in 250,000, encouraging them to do more. They have told me that they really don't have a mechanism for funding capital campaigns, and it's been an uphill battle just to even get on the agenda. City of Aspen was also reluctant, so I think you guys are obviously head and shoulders above the other agencies, municipalities as a leader on this project. And I wish that just being that shining leader would leverage funding from the other municipalities. I just don't realistically see that happening, having had the encounters that we've had so far.
Steve and Kelly, thank you.
To me, this shows where our values are, and I want to put in additional 250,000 to make our total would be 500,000. To me, it's it's a very important part of our housing shortage that we have, the transitional housing for the people most in need would be the battered people who are desperate. Mm-hmm. It's maybe a life and death situation in some instances, and to me, there's no choice. I don't care what Garfield or Eagle or anyone else puts in. I think we should put in based on our values, and I would expect probably Eagle will follow along and give more, dig deeper and give more than.
They haven't even given 50,000 yet.
Yeah, I know, I realize that,
Yeah.
but there are, I don't know the numbers of Eagle County residents living in the Roaring Fork Valley. It's quite a large number.
I thought you said 30,000 for Eagle County. Did you say 50?
50.
Kelly?
Yeah, and John, do you have the figure for Eagle County residents in the Roaring Fork Valley,
It's
just or
growing as we
approximately?
speak.
Yeah, and
Was like 780 voters, but
yeah, and I cannot remember off the top of my head. I know I've looked at those numbers, Steve. I'm sorry, I can't pull it from my memory banks right now.
But I think we should give what we think we should give, and I hope the other entities feel remorse and guilt and all those sorts of things and dig deeper and
Interesting.
give more to response for this important housing.
Kelly?
thanks, Steve. I agree with you. I mean, different communities decided how to use their ARPA funds differently. I think Gunnison County spent all of their money on an airport terminal, if I am correct, which we would not choose to do. And we've chosen to dedicate it to housing and childcare, which, were hit really hard from the conditions of the pandemic and continue to, suffer from conditions coming out of the pandemic. And, I think in that sphere, the clients that are being served by Response, these are people who are stuck at home in situations with abusers because of limited opportunities to make choices that adhered to public health requirements, that, kept families safe. So this resource is a gap, I think, in our community. I think we should be really proud to do everything we can to try and get it across the finish line. I want to support their construction schedule and see, the groundbreaking in just a few weeks here, or their initial, whatever their initial construction plans are for October, rather than sort of hedging, our contributions on other jurisdictions' decisions, when I think that this adheres 100% closely with the priorities that we have already set as a board.
Did we set priorities yet?
It was a priority for the ARPA funding.
No, I didn't. I just don't want anybody to think I don't have values.
Nobody thinks
Nobody
that.
thinks that. So please, and that I don't care about this cause. I'm just trying to be fair to all the other nonprofits who I think are going to be knocking on our door. And we have limited amount of funds, ARPA funds, general funds, healthy community funds. And I just think that we need to be looking at the whole picture and I agree, well, maybe I'm not agreeing. I think we need to be looking at these other communities who benefit from this program, who have this need. and that they're going, Pickett County's gonna pay for it, Pickett County's gonna pay for it. You know what? And our discussion earlier today was, these are all the things we have before us, and this is the funding mechanism, be they whatever grants or funds we're getting, we have to look at that broader picture. So, I can see how the board's going, and I'm not gonna not support this, but I think the board needs to keep this in mind as people are lining up outside our door, wanting us to help them with good causes. Food security is a huge issue for me. I think, and so, but we have a limited pot of money in order to do all these things we want to do, and I think we need to be careful with how we just spend it without trying to get more funds coming from other jurisdictions who have pots of money that they could be helping us to get good things done like this.
We know that. Steve?
So this is from the ARPA pot of money. The others come from the Healthy Community Fund pot of money.
We took ARPA money for this the first time around too.
Most of the, all these other requests are for money from another pot of money.
Well,
Is that
yeah.
correct?
So, generally for operating requests, we do defer those to the Healthy Community Fund, and we try and get those into that grant cycle. The Healthy Community Fund does not support capital campaigns or capital requests, and so those requests come outside of the Healthy Community Fund grant cycle. In this case, because of the connection with housing and the priority that the board had set on that for the ARPA funds, we brought this forward in that pot. In general, the other requests, if they fall outside of housing or child care for capital, would come from the general fund.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, I think it is a struggle for us to make up our minds about where the funds that we have are going to go. We do have a lot of requests, but I certainly agree with Steve that no matter what the other counties are doing, I think that housing, people who have housing problems is one of our priorities. And we did commit to spending our ARPA funds on that when we first were awarded the ARPA funds. So this is well within that decision that we made, a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, maybe. So I'm happy to support it. I will say that the letter that I got was a little confusing because the first paragraph said 250 to 500,000, and then it was like an additional 250,000. I wasn't quite clear whether it was 750,000, so I was a
wrote
little
that on a
confused by that.
plane, and the Wi-Fi died, and I was about to land in Switzerland. So my apologies. When I read it over when I got back from my vacation, I was like, "This is not my best letter." So my apologies.
The letter is fine.
Letter.
Just that one thing, I was like, did we already commit 500,000? And so anyway, I think it's
250.
clear now. We already committed 250,000, and now we're on the cusp of committing another 250,000.
And can I ask for a point of clarification? ARPA funds, we have another full year to determine how we're gonna use them. We have till 2026 to use them, actually use them.
Correct.
So we have another year of funding opportunities ahead of us, and we are now down to about $1 million something, Bear Lula.
No, we're closer to $1.5 million. We still have quite a bit of funding.
With this, that brings us down, and then we have these other,
Ashley says
Possibilities.
1.5 million in the next
Yeah.
item.
yeah, but it could be, with this, it's down to 125. So just to keep that in mind, because I'm sure we're gonna see other requests for
Yeah,
ARPA funds. It would be appropriate. I just wanna make sure we don't exhaust them before we're exhausted.
Sure. And we are going to be coming back October 3rd with another look at the ARPA funds, which I'll talk about a little bit on our next item.
Thank
So
you.
what are we looking to do today for Shannon?
So right now, it would be giving staff direction on a further contribution. We would need to bring that forward. You just appropriated the first 250, so whatever amount that the board is comfortable adding, we'd bring forward in a fourth quarter supplemental.
Okay. I would
Question.
like to convince Basalt to not have you put this on stilts, I can tell you that. Yes,
don't have a
So
choice,
Shannon,
it's FEMA.
what could we do to help you incentivize the other donors to pony up more?
With the other municipalities specifically, is that what you're
Well,
talking
I'm
about?
wondering,
counties.
how's the philanthropy going? I see Lex Trumion's put his picture in here. What's he in for?
Yeah, the philanthropy is going well. You know, there's a lot of campaigns happening right now. You know, it's getting people's attention and getting in front of people. But I think that with the other municipalities, the letter of support to Eagle County, I think was helpful. It was helpful enough to get us to like, can we get on the agenda? Garfield County, I don't know how much sway you guys feel like you have with Garfield County, but
Maybe we
we've.
shouldn't have sent the letter.
So is there
with
anything we
l-
could do to help incentivize them?
We're doing
Who does your development?
Yeah.
Who's your development director? Okay.
You could call the Garfield County Commissioners, Greg, personally. And
I don't have to call them. I would just say I challenge them to put in, we'll put in extra 50 or whatever it's going to be if they do.
What
Leave it at
form
that.
would you like that challenge to take? What would that look like?
We will match them up to a certain amount. So if you all agree you want to put in 250 today without questions asked, that's kind of what I came here expecting to do. They want more than that, they're requesting more. We want to add a little bit of an incentive so other people might step forward and match us.
So how do your operating funds work? So this is a capital campaign.
This is a capital campaign.
So
it's
this
not
is
operating.
just for the capital campaign.
Right, I'm
and-
just wondering what goes on after this. How do you fund your operations every year, and what is the cost of your operations? Because I'm wondering, Greg, if we could be inspirational to other counties and municipalities for their operating funds.
They get
So,
operating funds through.
anyways, could you take a minute to explain that, Shannon?
Sure, yeah. Our current annual budget is $840,000. We're expecting that our budget will only go up by less than $50,000 once the shelter is operating, because our current program for providing transitional housing is pretty expensive in that we're renting individual units. We spend about $60,000 a year on those units. Operations for the shelter are anticipated to be about $100,000. So, you know, conservatively, we'll say our annual operating budget will probably go up to about $900,000. In a normal year, we get about 50% of our funding from government sources. There's some big federal funding sources for domestic violence agencies as well as state funding sources. And then on top of that, we did get a $700,000 Division of Housing operating grant in addition to the $4 million that will be from this current fall to 2026 to help.
Annually?
700,000 total.
Oh.
So about 250,000 per
Per year.
year, because this is a shorter year. And that will be for the flexible funding assistance, the rapid rehousing dollars, and operations of the shelter.
Do you expect to come back to the counties and municipalities for operating fund assistance?
I think we will be continuing in the vein that we have prior to this campaign, which is we typically get between 45,000 and 50,000 from the Healthy Community Fund. Town of Snowmass Village gives us usually about $3,000 a year. Town of Basalt usually gives us about $10,000 in operating from their tobacco tax dollars. And Eagle County, we get funding through their VAIL, their Victims Assistance Legal Enforcement Board, as well as we get we get a lot more from the 9th Judicial District, because so much more of our service area is in the 9th Judicial District.
Okay.
So the judicial district, does that include Rio Blanco?
Yeah.
So did you ask them for any funding for this?
We don't serve clients from Rio
Oh, you
Blanco.
don't, okay. But you get funding just through the broader 9th Judicial District, okay, thanks.
I have a question that's not related to funding, and that is, well, how are these people safe there if it's known that this is where they're going?
Oh, that's a great question, because for such a long time, agencies like ours operated safe houses that were confidential. What we have found is that in this day and age, it is so impossible to keep something confidential. Back in the days of these safe houses, a lot of times women and children would go into a safe house and not go to work. Kids would not go to school. They'd stay there until he was put away, or she. In those days, it was mostly she because of the bias in the community. But now all of our shelter residents, all of our clients work. So they're going to work, kids are going to school. So being able to keep themselves, like where they're going at night, confidential is nearly impossible. People put tracking devices in phones, on cars, they just follow them. So it's actually less safe to have a confidential safe house that nobody around it knows about, because you're not having the additional benefit of your neighbors and your community helping to police it. So having a public-facing shelter, which is what all agencies that are now building across the country are doing, is one saying, destigmatize people who are suffering. This is we're here to provide help. People have a nice place to go, but also saying to our neighbors and community members, help us keep this place safe. And thirdly, the building is designed with safety in mind. Advocate Safe House Project in Garfield County has a confidential safe house. I think you could probably find its location on Google. It's an old house that was just converted into a safe house. Our building will have cameras. It will have impact-proof glass. It will have panic buttons in all the rooms. It was designed with safety in mind. So studies have really shown that abusers are much more likely to approach their ex-partner in a place that they know, whether it's kids' school, a grocery store parking lot, or her work, rather than someplace where they don't know what safety precautions are in place.
So there won't be any nighttime staff keeping an eye on things?
No, we have a caretaker unit that's built into the building that will be lived in by one of our staff people, either a full-time staff or a part-time staff. So there'll be somebody on site, but they're not in the role
law
of a
enforcement.
security guard. Yeah.
Okay. So I think your idea is interesting, but I'm not sure if we can pull it off right now. What do other people think about Greg's idea of making it a challenge gift or something?
If I could explain it, it would be, we guarantee a certain amount that we would give now, part of your ask or whatever that everyone's comfortable with, and then add another amount that we'd challenge people to match. And if they match it, we put our half in. If they don't, then we don't.
So I was trying to think how to use the 250,000 effectively using your challenge grant. And perhaps what we could do is say, we guarantee you 125,000 of the 250,000. You're going to get that no matter how the challenge things works. And we use the other 125,000 as the challenge money. Hopefully we use it all up and they rise to the occasion and match our 125,000 challenge.
The hard
if
part
they didn't,
will be,
John would have to come back with another request for the additional to make sure we get the 250,000 to you. But I would hope we could bring in a bunch more money than ours,
just a
because
matter-
the other entities would rise to the challenge and put in more than they had intended.
so Steve is articulating what I meant, just as the amounts we'd have to sort out.
Mhm.
Francie, can I?
Yeah, go ahead,
The
Patty.
problem is we have two entities that haven't agreed to anything yet. I don't want it to be, oh, we're gonna give more if you give what you said you were gonna give, but haven't decided if you're gonna give it yet. I want it to be above the $50,000 being considered by Eagle County and above the 30,000 being considered by Garfield. I don't want them to just say, hey, we're gonna give you what we're gonna give you anyway, and Pickens County's gonna pay more.
And to Patty's point, that those amounts are already in our sort of projected budget, which is
You
part of
don't
that
have it in your
700.
hands yet.
Yeah, and we don't have it in our hands yet. So.
And I
Well, there's another incentive for them to kick in.
So is this challenge grant another layer of complication in your campaign that you
Uh-oh.
probably don't need?
We have a
of
baby
course it is.
distraction in the room.
But I mean, I think the idea of, as Greg said, the amount that he sort of walked in here thinking that we were asking, the 250, and then on top of that, a challenge to Garfield County and Yuba County and Basalt could work well.
raise your hand more, Kelly.
Further in your campaign?
Sorry, I jumped in.
No, the question's to you. I don't know. I mean, I'd be happy to go over and be and above, but I'd love to just commit to what they need all of it. So I'd love to commit to this portion, the 250,000. You know, when we did that for APSHA, we said, we're putting 200 grand on the table. All right, city, you gonna, up your ante. We didn't, hedge the 200 for theirs. So I mean, I do think I don't know how motivating it would be. I think we should just say, listen, we've come in at this amount. You guys need to come in at some amount,
Yeah, and up your ante based on the
Right.
fact we just upped ours.
I would recommend that we leave this to Shannon's fundraising expertise and planning and see if she can work a challenge in it further in the campaign, because campaigns are complex and they're difficult to run and they have a lot of stages along the way. So if Shannon finds it appropriate at some point before your campaign is over to come to us to ask to do the challenge grant, I'd like to put it in your hands, because I don't want to give you more work right now that makes your campaign really complicated. Does that work for you? What do you think about that, Greg?
I think it makes our job more complicated.
Well,
I think we could just do it today and let her go and see how she does.
Let's just put in the 250,000 a day and have her come back to us if she doesn't get any money from Eagle and Garfield.
I would love if she didn't come back to us. I think
You
let's
tired
get
of
this
seeing me,
taken care
Greg.
of, and let's take care of it today. And I would vote for 250, sure. And if we don't need to go above that, fine. I'm trying to figure out how to get the others to realize that because I already have heard from other managers of housing programs who want to come to us and they just think we're going to give them $500 to $5 million. They just think we're ready to give them the money. And so you're the first, luckily, you're the first in a long line, as Patty points out. So I'm just trying to figure out, how do we create an incentive program so when people come to us, perhaps they come prepared to say, hey, I'm going to have this match. I'm going to reach for this match. Otherwise, we're just going to be the easy touch, right? Go to PIC and you'll get your ask from them,
I
right?
think putting in $500,000 is enough incentive.
Right.
It should make others think that, wait a minute, Picken County's putting in 500, maybe we are embarrassed because we're
Maybe
only
we
putting
don't
in
have to because
30,000.
they did.
This
Okay.
is an exceptional project. It stands on its
Agreed.
own merits.
I agree.
It is not competing with anything else in the community that is going to come and ask us for resources. So I don't feel particularly pressured that I'm going to have to approve something on whatever merits they bring to us because of supporting this exceptional project.
I'd like to change my recommendation then, and that is that we award the 250,000 additional, and you can use it in any way you see fit to convince other municipalities to contribute.
And we'll
it's
strong arm the
embarrassing to
city
save
at
them.
4:00.
Yeah, stick around, come back at 4.
To stay.
So I think you have your answer, yes.
It'll have to come through on.
So the yes, just so we, for sure, for staff, or what are we saying yes to?
We're saying yes to an additional $250,000, is it grant or contribution to the capital campaign for response?
Yeah, and giving staff direction and bring that forward in our fourth quarter supplementals.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I
And
expected.
permission to Shannon to use us as an example with the other municipalities and counties.
If she chooses.
No, she can't choose.
She
you.
shall choose to
If
do
it's
it a lot. Believe me. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so
Really
much.
appreciate it.
Good luck with the
Good
rest
luck,
of it.
guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need a 5-minute break here.
You
All right,
may need
we're taking a
baby
5-minute break.
Yeah, take a baby break. Thank you, Francie. Today we're going to be having a conversation about the housing continuum, and particularly the portion of the housing continuum that covers homelessness and emergency shelters, transitional housing, and supportive housing. This is really information for the board. We're also going to be bringing forward more things that are going on in the community in terms of community and workforce housing also. This is really so that the board is backgrounded as we bring back the rest of the ARPA funds that have not been expended on housing yet. That will come back to you on October 3rd, but we felt like we haven't really had a work session on this part of the housing continuum yet. And that's something that Christina and the West Mountain Regional Health Alliance, correct?
You got it.
There's so many alliances I never has been working on and is going to talk to us about some of the efforts that have been going on in the community.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, commissioners. It's great to be here. Just one second. I'm trying to find the Zoom link. So I've got a quick presentation to share, but I promise I will not make it a total PowerPoint because I know we all see too many of them.
No worries.
I'll just promote you to present it.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Christina Gare, and I'm the Executive Director of West Mountain Regional Health Alliance. And I'm going to talk to you today. Sorry, I can't think and type at once. Sometimes I can, but not. Okay.
And now you'll have the option to share.
Okay. Great. Okay. All right. Thanks for your patience. So I know some of you and some I have not met officially, but it's great to be back for those that I have met. So our mission is really about building a healthcare system to achieve optimal health for all people who live in the West Mountain region. How we're accomplishing that mission is really looking at the social determinants of health. Housing for homeless, sort of on that, I think you guys call it the left end of the continuum, and then also food security, and those are our two primary social determinants of health that we're working on. So how we do this is through collaboration and convening. So we bring together our health provider partners, whether that's physical, mental, or behavioral. We bring together our awesome government partners. It's good to see Lindsay today. And that's working with public health and human services. And we also bring together community nonprofits. And it is great to follow Shannon and Tiffany today, because what we are talking about is it is very complementary, and it's the same issue, just a more specific segment of the population. So some of the ways we support, we're doing a lot of system level support. So we are actually, and Chris, who's my former board chair, is here today too. We just had a board strategic planning retreat, and it was really powerful, because one of the things that came out from a lot of board members was just the understanding that there's no other organization doing exactly what we do. We are unique in the fact that we're not doing direct service, but what we're doing is building systems. And so that's happening through the Valley Alliance to End Homelessness. So we brought together the government partners from our region, Pitkin, Garfield, and Eagle, and the providers that are working on homeless response and housing to come together on a solid plan to work together to build the continuum of services, and also then to find funding to make that happen. So I'm going to talk today about these items around the Valley Alliance to End Homelessness. I think, again, the most important part is just the amazing work that's happening collaboratively that wasn't happening. So what kind of prompted that was working with the state around this framework and methodology called Built for Zero starting in October 2019. That was really helpful because then we all rolled into the pandemic and suddenly there was recognition that homeless could not shelter at home because they did not have homes. And so with that, a lot of funding came down from different sources and our communities were able to start accessing that. Pitkin County did, Garfield did, and then Eagle followed as well. And so it was really pretty amazing. And so from that, new things were able to start happening and more people started getting housed that were homeless. We still have a long way to go though, as you guys know. So just a quick understanding. So the purpose is really about ending homelessness simply. So this group is working together, knowing that in our region, there are specific challenges in each county, but overall, some of our homeless, they may, if they're working, which a lot are, they may work or live other places. They go between the counties because they don't think of jurisdictional lines. And so it's a regional problem. It's not regulated to one county by any stretch. So when you look at the continuum of care, and I actually did add Shannon in because we had a conversation, and I'm sorry that you weren't included initially, but when you look at it,
That's okay.
it's, yeah, I know. Well, there's a lot in the brain sometimes. I wasn't on a plane, but you know, similar challenges of.
Yeah, you wish you were going to Switzerland.
I know, that's not fair. I wanted to go to Switzerland for sure. So when you look at the continuum, it starts with prevention and diversion, and this is where I can give like an example. There was a person who was about ready to lose housing, but they were able to access some emergency rental assistance to become whole, and then from that, then they could move forward with paying their rent. But they were like 2 months behind, and so the other thing that happens sometimes is that they might get connected with a family member or friend, or they might finally have a voucher that they can then try to find housing for, although we know that that's still a huge challenge as well. So from then there's the emergency shelter, and we work strongly with recovery resources and our other emergency shelter partners and people that we were able to do a lot of non-congregate hotel shelter, as you guys know, during the pandemic because there was a ton of dollars for that. Now there is very few dollars for non-congregate shelter because the cost is really cost prohibitive to do that for hotels. And so then you get into the rapid rehousing, which Shannon referenced, and that's really amazing. It used to be called transitional housing, but the whole idea is that someone gets up to 12 months of housing, give them a chance to shore up, to be able to move forward. And it's really awesome. And then we get into the thing that I really want to talk to you about today, which is permanent supportive housing. We have been very fortunate to get a HUD congressionally directed funds of $750,000. But for any of you, just by hearing Shannon's comment about the cost of construction or buying and other things, that is not enough to move that project forward. And so one of the things we're looking at is possibly using that money to do a scattered site model, which is essentially it's essentially like taking different apartments from other areas and then having someone who checks in, also working with the landlord with additional deposits, because those who fit for permanent supportive housing are the chronic homeless. And these are people that have been homeless for years. We all know some of them in our communities. And putting them into rapid rehousing doesn't solve the problem, and it won't solve the problem because they have permanent supportive helps them deal with their larger challenge that have maybe contributed to them experiencing chronic homelessness, if that makes sense. So
Could you
that's,
expound on that just a little bit? So let's say we have somebody who's been homeless for a while, maybe they lost their job or they're drug addicts or something like that, so they become homeless. And you're saying that if you put them in a unit on their own without support, it's usually not successful?
correct. Because they haven't been housed for a long time. So there's tenancy things, like they might, unfortunately, we have cases where people really damage a unit. One guy, one time, tore out the bathroom things, tore out the sink, tore out things. That kind of stuff does happen.
Campfires in the living room.
Yeah, that could be something too. So just those individuals need more support in order to move forward. The great part is permanent supportive housing is evidence-based. 85% of people that go into permanent supportive housing generally stay, and they're successful. So there's a small percentage that aren't, but in general, most of them are.
Yeah, to take baby out.
Yep. And so that's the idea. And so that's one of our areas where we aren't serving some of our people experiencing homelessness who are in the most need. If that makes sense.
Thank you.
Of course. So I just wanted to share this real quick. We don't have to go into it specifically, but this is our Valley Alliance to End Homeless Strategic Plan. And essentially, it's about bringing in enough money and enough programming to make a real transformation of the system and to get all of the types of individuals experiencing homelessness into a better situation. And so that's really what the ultimate goal is. So when you think about what it looks like, we've brought in, with some of these dollars, we've brought in really a lot of new things. We brought in finally some permanent supportive housing dollars, which is amazing. There's very few smaller mountain regions that have been able to do any permanent supportive housing. Through the Colorado Department of Human Services and a 3-county partnership, we received money for some housing navigators, which is very similar to what Tiffany does with Response, in the sense that you work with landlords to try to find units and to support them and build relationships so that they will offer a few units and they won't charge the market rates, which are not affordable for anyone right now. And so that's really awesome. And then, of course, with Recovery Resources, there's a resiliency center and now the shelter, which is really awesome. And soon the response shelter. So what is really cool is that we're creating efficiencies, we're sharing resources, time, skills, money across counties. And really the state's starting to look at us as a model for regional coalition building around serving homelessness. And that's been really exciting. We've made a lot of key contacts. And so over the next, well, three and a quarter years, we have brought in $5.2 million for the region. And so it's pretty amazing when you think about it. So the first transformational homeless response grant, which is ARPA funding, was for street outreach, emergency shelter, and systems improvement, and that's across the 3 counties. We just recently got another $1.3 million, and that's for eviction, homelessness prevention, and rapid rehousing. And so total supporting 5 organizations in 3 counties is over $4 million, which is, we feel so grateful. And we actually, if you look at one of the bigger grants, it was Denver Housing for $4 million. We asked for 5, so they didn't quite give us 5, but I'll take the 4. Also, we received the Housing Navigator grant, the Community Solutions, and that's some staff capacity. And then another grant that's a yearly annual grant that we'll apply for. And again, because we did it regionally, we got a bigger amount than they normally give. So that was exciting. And then I mentioned, so two of the gaps where we're facing is just the gap, and I don't know, 3 to 5 might be low considering what we just heard from Shannon as far as if we were building or buying something. And then for West Mountain itself, we have a little bit growth and capacity support and gap because now we have this kind of money that's going to be going out from our nonprofit to the other organizations. So we're solving for that. I'm not making any formal asks today. I'm just giving some information for you guys to understand and understand the landscape. And then finally, these are some of the other initiatives we work on. Specifically, I just wanted to share, we're the convener and coordinator of the Mountain Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security. We've been working around helping to support the food hub and all the work that all of our food security partners are doing. So that's another way we're really involved. I really appreciate all of you. We've had excellent staff support. We appreciate all the support we receive. It's just a lot of things have changed, and so we're excited about where we're going, but also being realistic about what's going to be needed to take this to the next level and to make that transformation. So,
Thank you.
I have
Do
a
we-
quick
Yeah,
question.
go Patty.
What are your acronyms you used?
sorry.
You have Recovery Resources, Mind Springs Health, and ECHS. I couldn't find them in.
Okay, Eagle County Homeless
Oh,
Services.
I'm like, ECHS.
Yeah, sorry about that. I try to spell them
I
out.
know you did the other ones. I'm like, okay, it's got to be in here somewhere. So thank you.
Yeah,
And
totally.
that was it. It was very succinct and easy to read.
So Eagle County, since they did not previously to the pandemic, they did not have any homeless services. So right now, it's sort of branched off of Eagle County Housing Authority, but then they contract out sort of some of the direct service, but then do a lot of the specific coordination for their services. And I think they're still figuring out their final kind of way of handling it. So yeah, but that's a great question.
Did you have something else, Patty?
No, I was just finishing, but I'm good.
Yeah, Greg?
When will you be coming back to us and how much you're going to ask for? And how much is everyone else putting in?
Yeah, great
we do
question.
an
I am,
incentive program.
you are my first conversation but I am actually scheduled on Garfield County. Right now I'm doing more informational for everyone to kind of understand, and then I'm working on scheduling with Eagle County as well, and then also with some of the towns.
Is there anything we can do to help you incentivize them?
I think just being a lead on some of this would be amazing. And I think what we've seen is that because we do have staff involved from all 3 counties, that's what's helping me kind of get in the door more clearly than sometimes you could. And so I think I love what you guys were talking about, and I love that idea because although it's a lot of money coming in and we're so amazingly grateful, to be able to take it and implement it, that's where the rubber meets the road, right? And where we can have the biggest impact to get people housed. And so I really see that we could do some amazing things. And that's going to be what I keep saying. And as far as the amount, I don't think I can answer that yet, but I hope I'll have more clarity soon. So, yeah.
And how soon is soon? just wondering,
Yeah, just wondering.
Because we know there's going to be an ask. Would be great to know when we think it might be.
Yeah.
So staff will be coming back to the board on October 3rd to have a broader discussion. Now, that may be outside of the particular ask that may be developing out of these various efforts through the West Mountain Regional Health Alliance. And I think that's going to be a little bit more on the opportunistic side as opportunities come up. But this is to kind of set context for any future requests that come in.
Okay.
Setting the stage. This is the first time that we got close in some other times to kind of moving forward permanent supportive housing, but I really see some potentials this time. And also, we've been told by the state if we're able to make some significant steps, they will help us to move some of that ball forward as well. So I think,
Congratulations again on what you've accomplished so far.
thank you. Thank you. It's been pretty amazing. And I can't say that I just helped lead it, but it's all of our partners who are doing the awesome work on the ground. But bringing us all together and having those conversations and getting some clarity of how to move forward has been really awesome.
Kelly and then Patty?
Yeah, I was wondering about the progress on the Built for Zero.
Yeah.
You know, the goal is to know who you're serving and
That's a great
move
question.
people off the list.
Yeah,
right?
that's a great question, Kelly. Actually, progress on Built for Zero has been pretty awesome. We are housing more people than before. I can't speak on the exact numbers, but I can also send you some information. So we've started a tri-county dashboard. You can see the individual county numbers, but you can also see overall. And it shows who we've been serving. It shows, particular things about them. It shows when someone's considered, classified as experiencing chronic homelessness. And so I'm happy to share more on that. And a lot of that was West Mountain and some of my team really digging in to coordinate that data, because you get a bunch of organizations doing data. So we had to combine it into one list and sort of some standardization around it. So that's where we are, and it's super exciting because that's part of the reason we were funded in such a significant way, is because our data is much more accurate and we are seeing results, sometimes slowly. A lot of that's based on affordable housing and suitability of all those things, of course.
Patty?
There was something else I
So,
was gonna ask and I forgot.
Speaking of the meeting on the 3rd, right? That is the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition. This is the West Mountain Regional Health Alliance.
Yeah.
So,
They borrowed my name. They actually called me.
That's why I said I wanted to make sure I was introducing the right coalition and such. We
I
do
want
have
to
a
make
lot.
sure I'm thinking
But
the right coalition.
it's going to be a broader, what the coalition is dealing with the right side of the continuum, if you will, on affordable
Not
housing.
the health housing, but the other.
Right.
broader
So,
housing.
yeah, so
Right.
it'll give you kind of what some of our community partner options are for the full continuum of affordable housing, from homelessness through workforce affordable housing and community affordable housing.
Okay. I will work on clarity between now and the 3rd of October.
Well,
in
we
my
will
own
throw a
brain.
few more acronyms your way, I'm quite sure.
I'll be ready.
What will help
Checkbook
us
out.
understand this continuum?
What?
What's going to help us understand this continuum?
Well-
What you're doing on October 3rd? Who's coming?
I think what we're doing right now and what we're doing on October 3rd. Yeah.
That's why I asked for clarification as to which organization was on first, who's on second, and
Christina's on the left side of the continuum, and the coalition is on the right side of the continuum.
And
The
we are
coalition
somewhere in the
is
middle.
not-
Yeah.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
you go.
sorry.
Please.
So the coalition doesn't actually provide housing. It is a sort of a, let me back up. The alliance provides housing for homeless people in various ways, correct?
Through our partners.
But the coalition is more of a
Developing
think
housing.
tank, isn't it?
No, actually, they're going to have programs. And, for example, one of the programs we'll be talking about is bringing a program very similar to our deed restricted joint equity program that we provide for our employees, making something very similar to that available to the public. And the coalition would be doing that, but there would be a funding request to make that happen, just like there'd be a funding request to make the supportive housing and homeless prevention programming happen.
Okay. I would like some understanding, I think Kelly wanted some understanding too, about actual numbers of homeless people. So in Pitkin County, our shelter houses 12 homeless, is that correct?
I believe it's 12.
So we have the capacity for 12. There is a wait list of 17 right
Oh,
now in
that's where I
addition
was
to
at.
that, so those numbers have been growing.
So where are those 17?
They are not in our shelter. They're in the community.
can I add
They're
on?
living outside somewhere right now, or, okay. And then what about as we go down valley? Do the numbers increase? What kind of How many homeless people do we have in the Roaring Fork Valley?
Absolutely. At the height, at one time we had more than 300 on the list, and that includes the other side of Eagle County. But right now, I think there's about 200 on the list.
Does that include the other side of Eagle County too?
Yeah. They're still, I mean, they're newer, and so, but they've been, like, one day I heard from their contact, and they identified 10 homeless in one day.
Do
Because
have
they
a
were
shelter?
so new to,
Do they have a shelter in Eagle County over there?
except for their Bright Future Foundation, which is the same type of shelter that Response has in place. They do not have a shelter over there.
Okay.
And so it kind of fluctuates right now because of the awesome services that Pitkin has. I think they're showing the most identified people. Garfield's still, some of this money will help to shore up Garfield and Eagle County to identify and.
How is it decided who gets to be in the shelter? Is it first come, first serve?
That's based on how the shelters operate. I believe I'd have to defer to Janelle for recovery. And also, like Feed My Sheep is in Glenwood, but they operate very differently. They don't take any state or federal funding, so they shelter who they want, basically. So, yeah.
Interesting.
And
Well-
we've tried to implement a low barrier to entry. So there is a lot of differences in how shelters are admitting and who's allowed to stay.
Absolutely.
I have been involved with Catholic Charities. I was trying to find housing for one of my employees and his family. It was very complex getting through their requirements.
Wow. Yeah.
It was an emergency. I mean, it was an emergency for his family, but it was for housing, not temporary housing.
Correct.
And it was very, very complex, and you had to be within certain income ranges, and finally he just gave up. He just
Wow.
felt like this isn't going to happen, and it was hard.
It is hard. And I mean, like if someone receives a voucher, let's say they got a voucher from the housing authority, they have to go through many steps to find a place, and then they have to apply to said place. And then there's not enough spots. And so I think one of the things we're all working on is how do we simplify the system so that people in need can better. And I think we already have in some ways, but there's more to do. And that's some of that systems improvement dollars, because it's very complicated and someone's going through what they're going through. And then eventually I think sometimes they give up because they're like, this is so
Just
challenging.
gave up. And
Yeah.
Eventually he found something, but it's like a family of 5 living in a 1-bedroom.
Right,
You know.
right. And that's
I
not
mean,
quality
and the Catholic
housing.
housing in Carbondale, it's really nice,
Mm.
but it's really hard to figure out how to get in it.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, and I think that's the kind of information we need so we can look at things like that. I mean, Catholic Charities, they are doing great work, but I know that sometimes if their capacity's low or various things,
Yeah.
it could be challenging for any of us.
So this was a concern we had at the beginning, I don't know how many years ago, was that we'd be creating such well-organized programs here. We would be recruiting homeless from other areas. And at first that turned out to not be true, but I have a feeling that might be shifting as word gets out in the homeless population. So John, you briefly mentioned this to me?
Yeah, so I mean, we do not have good data. What we do know anecdotally, and Lindsay, that you weren't here for this conversation yet, but from talking to our vendor Recovery Resources, is that they are seeing more new faces, frankly, and so we don't know if that's a result of the services. It could be. Or is it a result of, people coming here and looking for work and thinking that housing is going to be more available? Is it because our services have gotten stronger on the case management side and we're actually identifying more of the homeless that have always been here? All of these are possibilities, but yeah, there's some concern that we're seeing a lot of not just our chronic population, which is our target to serve. One of our barriers is we do require that folks be in the community for a certain amount of time to receive our services. still, and so that's part of the wait list. The wait list is probably even longer than that 17, out there. So we're evaluating all of that, but yeah, Patty, that is a concern, that because we're providing services, are we seeing more people come up?
Well, and I know that when we opened the shelter at the Intercept lot during COVID, we had somebody there, we had a local homeless guy who knew the faces of our local homeless population. So he knew when somebody was joining us from the Front Range because they didn't have adequate shelter during COVID, somewhere else. But we were doing such an amazing job up here. And that was kind of our vetting process, was to have a local homeless person helping to vet out who was local and who was not. And that we don't have that opportunity so much with these other programs. But, it's not that I don't understand there's homeless across the country. I mean, when you travel, you see it everywhere. And it's just that, again, we have limited resources. And so, we can't shelter everybody in the state of Colorado or in surrounding states. We have, and that's a tough call, because people are in need. And how do you say, well, then you need to go back to where you're usually from, but there's no opportunities there for them. So it's tough.
And I think one thing that has shifted, talking to Kelly about the Built for Zero sort of in that data that we're tracking, there's a lot of data being tracked. It's understood if someone is kind of short term here and they are encouraged in that prevention diversion to find a new spot because there's no housing and not necessarily jobs for them that they could then afford housing. And so, but a lot with having sort of our really strong street outreach and case management, there is a lot of understanding of those who have been here a while, but you're always going to see a few that are new. But I don't think this is just my I don't see it being, I think a lot of them are new, and then we're also seeing some newly emerged potential situational homeless who are challenged because of the housing situation.
We just need to keep our eyes open to.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
To that, yeah. But I think one of the benefits to anybody, if they're coming from Timbuktu to come here, is the case management that we offer, because that can get them connected to services, maybe where they're from and want to go back to where they may have a bigger support system, but didn't really have any opportunities there or didn't know what opportunities they had there, and we can help to connect them elsewhere if need be. So that's
true.
another bonus we get from these programs.
Do our numbers decline when the weather gets cold?
You what?
Do our numbers decline when the weather gets cold?
Sometimes, but not necessarily. It seems to be pretty
I don't know how they do it.
there are some that come in like sort of our summer kind of just show up for the summer. And some people, like I know I've talked to the Grand Junction shelter people before, and they say that they end up with some Garfield County people in the Grand Junction shelter during the winter. Yeah, so it's kind of across the board, but it's interesting to see how that works, and a lot of it's based on whether you can still find the people or where they're staying and, residing if they're not in shelter. So
The need gets more acute, that's for sure.
yeah, because you don't want people you want to keep them safe.
Yeah.
And so I think having more shelter space is amazing, continuing to have, engage them and find different solutions. And some of the counties have talked about potentially doing, because there's not enough shelter, some temporary emergency winter shelter. So that's something that's been discussed before, but we'll see where that all goes.
Any other questions?
No, thank you, though. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you
I
so
appreciate
much.
it.
Thanks
It was
for coming.
very educational. Nice to see you, Lindsay.
He's beautiful. He's beautiful, baby boy.
Weird. Yes, that's what I was saying. All right, we are going to take a break. We're going to take a 15-minute break because we're going to be here till 6 o'clock, so. Gonna walk
6
around a
o'clock,
little
you
bit.
heard her. You heard
So-
her, 6 o'clock.
Welcome back to the work session of the Pickens County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, September 19th. We are just about to talk about future agenda items. John, do you have anything for us?
I do not have anything for you on future agenda items today. So-
Okay. Anybody else?
I went through it all, as always, but, so who's driving the Twin Lakes?
And how many vehicles are we taking? Just one?
Well, we can try and get one of the Highlanders and do just one, if those back seats aren't always the most comfortable, but, yeah, let's see if we can get a Highlander and we'll set up, I'm happy to drive.
I like your driving.
I will just say 8:30 might be a little tricky for me to get here for exec with kid drop off at school and stuff.
On
But I will
Tuesday?
do my best, yes.
We don't have a, oh, yeah, I won't be at the exec, so just so you know,
Yeah, you'll be at Accra, right?
I'll be at Accra. But, and then I may have you pick me up to go to Twin Lakes from my corner so I can go home and transition the dog, and then, if it's on your way, just go the back
Yep.
way. And you guys can tour Centennial and Park Circle in that neighborhood. We'll figure that out later. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. I don't think we need to talk about future agendas anymore. Let's go on to our department updates. Patty?
Okay, Accra meeting's coming up next week, as is economic development. Northwest COG. John, and I meant to mention this to you. Vintage, and Steve, maybe you know, Vintage did a survey.
Vintage.
Oh, I know, I always tease them when, Francie wants you to change the name, because we're not vintage, we're just old.
I agree.
Compost.
There you go.
Have you been approached? We haven't seen it. Vintage hasn't. Apparently, they presented it to Eagle County, and Jeannie McQueenie called me with some significant concerns over this survey and the presentation, and Eagle County was not impressed. So, and I said, I don't think we've seen it.
I have not seen a request yet.
So let me follow up on that. Have you even seen it on the Vintage board?
I haven't. We're having our RAC meeting tomorrow.
This
And
was a
I'll be
vintage
there.
presentation,
I'll see
yeah.
Erin, and I'll ask her about that.
Yeah, and John, I'll follow up with you and let you know when I talk to Jeannie McQueenie. So that's where we are pretty much with that. And then the TPR, I just have been having conversations with Brian Pettit. We were having a meeting set up for next week to go through the financials and see, Brian is now chairman of our TPR, and just to see where the standing is. But the day I could be available was actually this Thursday, and Brian's got a camping trip planned, so I said, go camping and we'll get together the following week sometime. So that's all I have.
All right. Let's see. I'm next. I have nothing. I have a lot of things coming up, though, and I'll tell you what they are.
When you know
I
what they
have
are.
a BLM meeting tomorrow, right after our agenda meeting, where I'm on a panel talking to new BLM employees about, hang on one second. I'll tell you what I'm talking to them about.
Wolves.
Well, maybe I won't. I can't find it fast enough
Okay.
to move us along. Yes, wolves is one of them. And also how negative interactions we've had with BLM, positive interactions we've had with BLM, how we interact with BLM, those kinds of things. And then I also am going to the Clean Mobility Summit and Expo on Thursday all day, and then there's three conferences in October. One is October 3rd, and it's a meeting day for us. Greg is covering, and that is, I'll think about it in a minute. And then there's the Mountain Summit, and, I know, October 3rd is the Watershed. What's that called, John Neely? Watershed something conference, annual conference. Are you going to that on October 3rd, John?
October 3rd. I
It's
forget
a
what
Tuesday.
conference that is, to be honest with you. So I can't give you the full name. No, I'm going to go to the River District conference seminar on Friday this week. So I'm going to miss the October event.
Yeah, okay, so it's called the Colorado Watershed Summit. I think it's in Vail, and so I'm going to that. And then the Hearst Leadership Training I told you guys about on Fridays, and then later in the month, the Mountain Summit, which is backing up to the CAST meeting. So that is my department.
You're gonna be in Vail a lot.
I know. Okay, Kelly.
All right, APSHA, let's see. We have been doing a lot of hearings lately, which, you know, if you guys remember when we changed the IGA, we also updated bylaws to hire hearing officers. So these are appeals from the hearing officer to the board. And, you know, that has been taking up more time than normally we spend on. And, you know, some of these are really tough stuff, and I'm sure you've seen it in the paper if you've been interested in reading those articles. So we're working our way through those. If you want to talk about any of them, I'm happy to. Some of it is like executive session type of stuff, though. And we just have some recognition that we also need to go back out for RFP for hearing officer. When we went out initially, we had 2 responses, and the gentleman who we we were going to contract with both Mick Ireland, who's one, and then another gentleman from Grand Junction, and he withdrew. So we didn't have a lot of reply, but it's something that we think we should do again, just as we normally do these things on the regular. So the board is talking about that. We are doing our annual work plan update, which I think we will hear. Did you guys nail down the day for Matthew to come and present?
Yeah, it's looking like we have October 10th for him to come in.
Okay. We also were surprised and delighted, but the city communications department showed up at our last meeting and offered to work with the board on creating a communications plan. I don't know if there was some behind-the-scenes conversations related to that, but we're quite grateful to have those resources, which have heretofore never been offered to help support APSHA. So that's great. And yeah, so that I think is, any questions on APSHA? Anything you want to know? Nope. Okay. CCI, I'll just do an update, I guess, probably for all of us on CCI, but they're moving through their legislative priorities list. If you guys have interest in looking at what some of those bills are, I think the ones that might be of interest for us, there's some stuff related to broadband. Eagle County has a proposal to expand location and extent authorities for affordable housing projects. So, for example, if the county were to own a deed restriction or have a deed restriction run to their benefit in a project, that would extend location and extent to that project, even if it's by a private developer.
Interesting.
So that's one. Let's see, there's another proposal related to tax appeals and how interest gets paid out to winners of those appeals. Currently, it's 1% a month. If the county has to refund tax, which, you know, can end up being quite high for multi-year appeals processes. And so there's some interest in trying to lower that to a more reasonable amount connected to like what the county would have made off of investing that money.
And also what backlogged it? Why did it take so long for it to get processed? Was it,
Like through the courts? I mean,
or was it
you know,
on part of the person who won the appeal and they, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so I think that's something that should be looked at. That's not a bad idea either.
our RET tax is still on here. We should probably revisit that conversation for planning and strategy purposes at some point. Routt County is proposing citations for failure to address noxious weeds. So some teeth in noxious weed regulations. There's some other stuff in here that's, I think it's a little silly, so I won't go over it, but URA has a bill that they're proposing on HOA reform to prevent HOAs from some blanket prohibitions that they're currently allowed to do, like prohibiting modular housing, prohibiting wildfire mitigation, prohibiting zero escaping, things like that.
Prohibiting?
Yes.
That
and
HOAs can write into their covenants prohibiting those things. And there's a longer list, but those are probably of interest, most interest
And there's some
to
vice
us.
versa that should be looked at.
Clear Creek is bringing that back, the bill related to shooting, on being able to make prohibitions of shooting on public properties or on private properties under certain situations.
You mean shootings like target practice kind of shootings?
Their issues are more in like dense development, where there's a public safety risk that they've identified. And that's probably good for the CCI list, but we will vote on I can't remember if you or I are the legislative person, Steve.
Well, I was
but
going to
October
bring that
6th.
up. I was thinking of not going in person just because my energy level has been
Yeah.
compromised lately. If you could, and you are going in person
I
on the
am
6th.
planning to go, yeah.
And if you could be the official voter, and I'll be on Zoom, and can be consulting
Yeah.
on the
Okay,
text messages, so
that sounds
we
good.
could be figuring stuff out, if you don't mind doing that.
No, I don't mind. I'm going, I also have some CCAT executive board meetings later that afternoon, so I'm planning on being in Denver for that. I don't have an update on the river basin. The CJTC will meet next week to, I think, look over cost estimates related to the programming information. I will say, like, the bed counts have been significantly narrowed down. The programming has been significantly narrowed down. And then I guess after that, we'll probably schedule something before the board, but I'm sort of looking to John on that.
And the only comment I have about the jail is, and just to throw this out there just for you to think about, is work release.
Yeah.
That's really key for me.
Yeah, for sure. And then I'll give an update on Wild and Scenic as well. As you all know, the stakeholder process has been moving forward. We've been meeting monthly. The facilitators, I think, are really great. We've had continuing commitment and attendance up in Marble at these meetings at the firehouse. And so where we're at right now is there's been generated a list of potential strategies for protecting the river, anywhere from expanding in-stream flow rights to wild and scenic river designation. There's 7 options that have been brainstormed. And then what we did last night was to create a list of criteria for the community to use to assess, does opportunity 1, how would you score it on this criteria? So for example, we talked about durability of the solution. Would the solution be permanent? Would it be temporary? And talked about sort of a range of at the best end of the scale, what does that look like? At the weakest end of the scale, what does that look like? And we did that on different topics, including like property rights, resources dedicated, protection of the hydrograph, prevention of dams and diversions. And so right now we haven't totally firmed it up, but October 26th is the date that we're looking to for the community summit, which will be at the Carbondale High School, and will be a 4-hour meeting, likely, to present, have experts present on the 7 different methods, approaches.
The 16th, did you say?
The 26th, Thursday. The only reason we haven't finalized that date is because all of the experts we have invited to present on Wild and Scenic are not available on that date. So we're either going to change the date or try and find other experts who can present. So that's the hang up for that. But please plan to join. I think this will be a very well attended.
Northwest Cog Day.
Yeah, I think this, all the in the evening. Yeah, dinner will be provided.
No,
No, we changed that to the 5th. We changed EOTC to the 5th.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Anyway, so please plan to attend. I will confirm the date, but it would be great to have you all there. And then that will provide additional information for the stakeholder group to sort of work through on a final recommendation. Yeah, I think it's going well though. I got in the truck with Larry Darian yesterday and we drove around his ranch and had a chat, and he agrees. He thinks everybody's closer than we've ever been on this topic.
To something other than wild and
to a lot of things that we agree on. There's a lot of identified agreement. I don't know if we're ever going to get them there, but
I passed out yard signs at my daughter's wedding
thank
anniversary
you,
party.
thank you.
So they're all from the Crystal Valley, most of them Carbondale, and they're all like, we'll
Awesome.
take one home.
Yeah, awesome. So thanks.
Okay, it's Greg's turn.
Steve's turn.
Steve's on deck.
So let's see. I'll skip the CCI thing. I think that's been covered. Vintage, our quarterly meeting is tomorrow, and I'm the chairman of the RAC committee of Vintage. So I am going in person over to Frisco tomorrow for that. They're holding 2 in-person or 2 hybrid meetings a year and 2 Zoom-only meetings a year during the more winter time. So I will inquire at that about the
Yeah, see
about the
and I'll follow up,
survey.
and John and I can.
See what I
touch
can
base on
find
that.
out about that. I attended the Club 20 annual fall meeting a couple of weeks ago in Grand Junction, and it was one of the best Club 20 meetings I'd ever been to. Just really, really good speakers, very thoughtful conversations by everybody, even including our representative Lauren Boebert, gave a
In person?
gave a like nonpartisan kind of congressional kind of speech, and one of the members of the audience later said it was the first time he had ever heard her sound like
Congressional?
yeah. So
I was gonna say
he didn't use the word
intelligent.
congressional, but sound like a like a statesman-like talk, which I would agree that was the first one I had ever heard her when she wasn't like doing her ranting against President Biden or different things. But I did get to meet Jeff Hurd 2 times now, who is a Republican attorney who lives in Grand Junction, who is running against her in the Republican primary. And he's a very reasonable guy and very, very well educated. I think that he could very well win that Republican primary against her. So I think it's going to be an incredibly interesting election year with, probably a primary for the Republicans and the Democrats running for that seat. So I don't think Adam Frisch is a shoo-in on the Democrat side necessarily, because the Mayor Anna Stott, I think is her name, from the mayor from Grand Junction, is very popular.
She's supposed to be a fantastic woman.
So that it'll be an interesting election cycle coming up for sure.
Is she a Democrat or Republican?
She's Democrat.
Yeah, she's a Democrat.
Russ
She
An-
was
Russ Andrews?
unaffiliated for a long time. I understand she recently became a Democrat.
Russ Andrews, isn't he running in the Republican primary?
Yes.
So that may split that vote up enough, and Lauren may actually pull that one off. It'll be interesting.
She had
So-
an interesting visit in Denver at the theater the other night.
At the theater?
Lauren Bower.
No, I'm still reading about it.
Your mic's not on for you.
It's just as well.
It's like when we hold up our fingers like this, it means like mute that mic. Senior council had, they had one day at the Aspen Farmers Market last weekend, which they get to use Mason and Morse nonprofits get to use the Mason and Morse site. And so a whole lot of the senior council members volunteered to be there on site, and I didn't make it because I didn't want to expose anybody to this bug I was just kind of getting rid of about that time. So I think that's everything. Oh, there is one more senior council thing. This coming Friday in Elgibel, in the morning at the Elgibel Senior Center at the Eagle County Building, there is an event that some of you, anybody can attend, but it's a senior services event from 9 to 12, and there are different speakers talking about different topics. It's they did the same thing there last year, and it was very successful last year. So I'm planning on being there. I know that the senior services staff from Picken County is very much present there, and answering lots of questions. There are a whole lot of service providers who are present at that event. The person I want to go here especially is an attorney who specializes in estate planning and helping, doing wills for older people, named Jamie Roth. And I've heard her speak before. She was very, very good, so I wanted to hear her speak again. So 9 to 12 at this coming Friday. And that's all I have on my items.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm
Greg.
jumping in. CC4CA, first off, I'm going to testify at their invitation or suggestion to the Air Quality Control Commission tomorrow afternoon on the advanced clean car ruling, trying to just keep Colorado on track for clean cars, electrification.
That was one of the very first campaigns I worked on out of college.
Excellent. God, you can advise me. So that's what's happening with CC4CA. Also, they're been talking about the various legislation.
Which legislation?
Various legislation. The energy siting is a big thing. Energy infrastructure siting is something that's coming up, and CC4CA is trying to figure out how to position themselves as climate activists who are also concerned about habitat and land use and all that. So that's going to be the undercurrent, I think, for a lot of organizations, is how do we electrify but also protect habitat and land corridors, and so stay tuned on that. I'm going to move from that to core. Core, I honestly, I mentioned this to Francie. Core wasn't on our list of priorities this morning, and I thought that was kind of that raises eyebrows. And I'm wondering what else has been left off. So we should take that offline and have a conversation about what else aren't we thinking about when we talk about priorities. Core is, let's see, what was I going to talk about here today? Sorry. They're looking forward to having a talk with the city and the county as soon as possible regarding REMP. I think Core is still in its, second year of restructuring, I'm going to say, and I think things are going very well right now. They're delivering, they're meeting all the demands put on them at present, but we're also trying to figure out, one, how to build the board. We've got 2 board openings, maybe 4 coming up, and then also how do we keep moving toward the philanthropic grant-based fee-for-service model for doing carbon mitigation. And stay tuned for that. Hopefully we'll see them before us soon. QQ, I don't have anything for you, but there's a meeting coming up, Board of Health, meetings coming up next month. RAFTA, the big news from RAFTA is they've had we as a board approved a salary increase to try to attract and retain drivers.
I think that was an exec session.
It was in the newspaper.
It was in the newspaper.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that was. No, I was thinking about what did we talk about next? Thank you for bringing that up. There were other things in exec also that I won't bring up, of course, but good things are happening at RAFTA. We're on track. one of the concerns is that we can maintain service levels, and the unfortunate thing about service levels, it's tied directly to being able to hire drivers, and that's quite honestly directly tied to housing for drivers. So if we
Can I jump in for 1 second there?
please do.
So Kurt did tell us, unfortunately, there will be a reduction in services this winter, which is directly related to the shortage of drivers. It won't affect the BRT commuter hours. It's, I believe it's the Hogback, and do you remember what else it was that it was affected?
Yeah, the lower valley routes primarily, and then some of the BRTs are going to go from 7-minute intervals to 10 or something like that. So there is a reduction. It's unfortunate, but it's mostly about having drivers to drive the vehicles.
Yeah.
And they've got a recruitment program going. Salaries have come up, so hopefully they're going to be able to keep drivers and find new ones. I've put them in touch with workforce development people, and have encouraged them to talk to the EPIC BOCC people just about, let's start building RAFTA's workforce locally in the schools. I think we could certainly appeal to kids at CMC or even coming out of high school to get on track to get a job down the road with RAFTA. You have to be about 21 before you can drive a bus, but so we've been talking about that. What else have we got? RWAPA's up next. RWAPA had a meeting with Senator Bennett about 10 days ago up at Rudai. He came and toured Rudai and had a conversation. And what was really refreshing was seeing the Bureau of Reclamation guys there. I'd never met the people from the Bureau of Reclamation. And they were there. Department of Energy wasn't there, but Forest Service and BLM and the county folks were all there. And Senator Bennett went away very impressed by the aquatic nuisance species program they demonstrated, and showed what damage mussels can do to infrastructure, to power plant intakes as well as boats. So far we're keeping the mussels out of Rudai. It's been very successful at Rudai. Other reservoirs have really been damaged by mussel infestation. That's all I've got for you.
That was a lot. Thank you. Mr. Ely, do you have anything for us?
Well, a little bit before you move on to your next agenda item. I will let the board know that the the discussions in the River District, really for the entirety of this year, but certainly this last term, have been focusing on big river issues, which is to say issues associated with the Colorado main stem. Principal among them, I believe, is the System Conservation Program. We've talked about that a little before. This is a program that essentially blew up in the last term. It started out with $8 million worth of funding to be spent over 4 years, and that was augmented by the federal government with infrastructure money up to $125 million over just 2 years. So the impacts of spending that much money to fallow agricultural fields and to essentially turn off irrigation systems has a great many people concerned, myself included. The program does not necessarily take into effect the ancillary impacts of turning off that much agricultural irrigation. And $125 million would buy a lot of temporary water. And the ancillary effects are associated with other economies. For example, agricultural suppliers or food collection systems and distribution systems, local businesses that cater to agricultural interests, and other water users. In other words, if you fallow up agricultural land that is a major component to a particular ditch system, what does that leave the other users on that ditch system left with? Is there enough water to make the ditch functional and so forth like that? Other agricultural uses, other than the properties that are participating in the program, and the difficulty that they are going to find continuing in agricultural enterprises when they are one of two people operating instead of one of 20 different ranches operating. To let you know or give an idea of the $125 million on a temporary fallowing basis, the target price would be about $150 an acre foot. So simple multiplication would take that out to a potential of 800,000 acre feet, which is a huge amount of water. And in fact, it's hard to believe that that much would even be available from agricultural use, particularly when the program is focused on the West Slope. West Slope agricultural consumption is often talked about in the 500,000 acre foot range. So this is really a large reach and a large grab. The other element of this is that this water that is sent downstream, if you will, to try to assess the effectiveness of this type of fallowing program is water that's going to continue down to the lower basin. The lower basin has yet to implement any type of realistic accounting procedures to assess its participation in evaporative loss in the system operation as a whole. In the system, I mean, essentially it's Lake Mead and Lake Powell combined that regulate the water supply between the upper and lower basins. The lower basin has yet to implement any meaningful conservation measures that you see, well, all over the place in the upper basin. So without the lower basin doing much of anything, there is a real surge of water that might be anticipated when this program is expending $125 million over just 2 years. The other big problem is a lack of local participation in the program's implementation. And that was a volunteered step that was taken by the Upper River Basin Commission, the UCRC, the Upper Colorado River Commission, on its own, and led by Colorado's representative, Becky Mitchell. The representative, Ms. Mitchell, was invited to the Colorado River District meeting, the last meeting that was held. She wasn't greeted too warmly, although certainly politely. But the explanations that were offered to many of these concerns was really not in depth or forthcoming from her presentation on its own. The lack of local participation is really troublesome because where these types of ancillary effects might be readily known or anticipated by local people who are familiar with the water rights that are being turned off as ag land is fallowed, would be more aware of what these negative impacts could be or what the potential is than, say, the CWCB, for example, located in Denver, which is a group that tries to keep its eye on water resources for the entire state, or certainly the UCRC, which is looking at the entire upper basin. So it's problematic to think that the program is set up in such a way to be so potentially impactful without any local participation. Unfortunately, my take on the whole affair is that it's really kind of a dry run on what it would look like to have large scale fallowing of agricultural land on the West Slope and what type of alleviation to the river system might be expected, which would make anyone think that if that's the case, then this is a part of a larger plan that might be being worked on now or have been worked on for a while in order to reallocate West Slope water. So it's an item of concern for obvious reasons, and one that's not likely to resolve itself for some time. So with that, I'll leave you to your next agenda item.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John. Okay, it is time for board open discussion, and it would be nice to end on time so we can welcome Aspen. So, who's got things?
I just have one thing for you. I'm going to share a screen. I just wanted to preview for the board. We always have a little bit of a disconnect in timing between budget and when we're required to do open enrollment and when we're talking about benefits changes and such. And I just wanted to preview for the board just the really minimal changes that we're talking about in the health plan, because I'd like to be able to talk about these minimal changes in my manager's chats this week, and don't want to be too far ahead of you. In essence, as sometimes happens in health plans, we're having a challenging year. We just have a number of high cost claims. All of our other utilization is pretty much in check with where we've been projecting it and such. And so we have a year, though, where if we were under a traditional insurance plan, we'd probably be looking at about a 24% increase, like a really big increase. That's not what we have to do. We've been very diligent in our self-insured plan, building reserves, anticipating that we're going to have these years every 3 to 5 years or such. And so we're able to take a little bit more risk against our fund balance that we built up and anticipate that we're not going to continue to have that type of high utilization that's out of character. And so what we are talking about doing, and I'm trying to figure out how to share my screen. There we go. What we are talking about doing is really keeping our benefits the same. How do I get this to play, Michaela? Yeah. Oh, just hit slideshow. You think I'd know that by now. What we're looking at on the employee side is a 5% increase in premiums. And so what that means is for an individual employee, that's still nothing because individual employees do not pay a premium. And so that would be 5% of zero. On family side, for example, it's if you're on wellness, it's $179 a paycheck, and so that's about an $8.75 increase.
For what?
Health insurance premiums for
No,
family.
$8 per what?
Per paycheck every 2 weeks, so it'd be $17 a month
I see. Okay,
increase.
thank you.
How this looks over time, this is kind of zeroed out to 2017. We had some increases, but we've been really diligent and working through our Valley Health Alliance and wellness programs where we were actually dropping premiums. So this is taking a little bit back. We're still not reaching the same premiums we had back in 2017. The only real change in benefits that we're proposing is with our pharmacy benefits manager. I think as many of you are aware, we did lose City Market Kroger this year. That affected a lot of employees, and so we wanted to be sure that we had a system that is both cost effective but also able to serve our employees in the Valley. And so we did find a solution. We'll be joining actually City of Aspen in that, and I believe Aspen Valley Hospital in changing our pharmacy benefit manager, and that will bring City Market and Kroger back in. We're going to have a lot more information, but these are two things I wanted to kind of preview for employees tomorrow, and I wanted to make sure that you're aware of them first. In the budget, what you'll see is that the county's contribution towards health insurance is proposed to go up 10%. Doesn't necessarily need to. We can take more risk against fund balance, but we think that's going to keep that health fund healthy so that we can really keep any future increases pretty minimal. So that's what I wanted to preview for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Steve, did you want to talk about Blue Hawks?
Yeah.
About what?
Blue ox.
I think you said Botox. I'm like,
Blue Ox. So Molly and I were up in Redstone, and we drove up to the subdivision where Roger Sherman and his wife live. And I had never been across the little bridge and up
Pine
that
Creek.
Bobcat Road over there before. I wish we had all done a site visit there. It was like this unbelievably bad road that they built when the subdivision was made, and we visited with them. Roger showed me around his lot, and when you look at the whole road, there is like virtually no place for that water to go besides just down the road, and it washes all the debris right straight down this steep road. It could be engineered to put in some, drain it off and get it through some culverts and off towards the Big Klein Creek, but the way it is now, there is no place for all that water to go but right through the lot that we were seeing the video of. And the county had looked, I guess, I don't know who looked at it, but somebody from the county engineering had looked at it, and they proposed digging this 11-foot deep trench down the road, because you get right there and then the road goes back up. So to get the water, the only practical place for that water to go right now is through that lot that we denied the TDR. And it could be engineered to, with a big enough culvert and with diverting some of the water perhaps up the road farther, so not all of the debris is coming down the road. I think it would be possible to engineer a thing, but what surprised me most when I got there was his house is like right there on the upper lot. It's not like upper elevation, it's just farther up the road. So between the two lots, it's just like a nice gradual grade coming down there, and his house is like, his yard is like right next to all this debris flow area where all the water's going down. And right immediately across the road, there's the neighbor's house, which if the neighbor's house wasn't there, there'd be a way they could dig a ditch and get the water over that way. But there's like two houses in a row with no place to send this water. It was just so poorly engineered, the whole thing. So I was really glad to see it in person. And Molly and I drove up the road and we saw the lot that we previously had given a TDR for. And we made the right call totally on that. That was like unbelievably on a huge, very, very steep part of the road, and absolutely a steep, no place to put a structure on there at all. So I sympathized with him. I was really glad I got to see it. I think our engineer should maybe look at it again and try to give them some advice on it. And then the bridge itself, I mean, it's pretty funky, and I think the bridge should be rebuilt and done properly over the creek, the one farther down that accesses the Bobcat Lane. Now, it is a subdivision road. It's not the county responsibility, but we all did kind of make a commitment to trying to help them come up with a solution. But it is like such a complex, hard to solve problem is my conclusion looking at it. I have no solutions for them to come up with, unless they just want to own the lot and have it be part of their bigger lot. I think they'd have a really hard time selling it to anybody the way it is now.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I thought part of our discussion when we made this decision was that we would look into what we could do to have them look at grant opportunities. And I know, Francie, you were gonna work on that. And now that we do have a grant person and a consulting firm, And Northwest Cog also has grant opportunities. Those might be good directions to lead them into so they can look for grant funding, like Lazy Glen did for their septic system. And we did letters of support and helped them, move that grant forward. But you're right, it's not our responsibility. There are issues there. There's huge wildfire issues, I'm sure. And it's really up to their HOA to figure out. I know they don't want to raise their mill levy, but they have the opportunity to do that. But I think helping them just look for grant opportunities is what we need. And I think that's kind of what we ended our discussion with.
Yeah.
Well, I just said I'd get together with them and try to come up with some ideas about what they can do, but, I mean, I've been talking to Bill Argyros, honestly, about getting a bid on that bridge railing only for a year. I mean, they have to take some
Yeah, before they're
initiative
going to
as
have a
well.
serious issue up there one day, and they're going to come back to us, and we're telling them now these are things that need to be addressed.
Yeah.
And I think the opportunity the county has is to focus them on getting some grant opportunities to come in there and do the
Or
work.
at least get some bids.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they could get a grant, and if they could get somebody like SGM engineers to engineer solutions for them, I'm sure, a good civil engineer could come up
They
with.
don't have any funds. They don't
some-
even have funds to do their snowplow.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They need to raise money from grants or whatever, or raise their mill levy.
All right, let's move on from
Yeah.
that place. We've spent a lot of time on that place. Anybody else have anything? I have something really quick. It's from the Clean Mobility Study, or Three Rivers Clean Mobility Summit and Expo. They would like to know, I got a voice message last Thursday, if we would be interested in sponsoring it at all. They have a sponsor presentation thing that shows like $3,000 down to 250 possibilities. I mean, we could give whatever we wanted, but
It's Thursday, this Thursday?
yes, it's this Thursday.
So that's like the day after tomorrow.
Yeah. So,
I'll waive my speaking fee.
I'll
I
waive
think
my
we have free
attendance.
admission, which is worth $25 each. Yeah, does anybody want to discuss this?
It just seems like a really last minute request it's,
Both Garfield and Eagle have been sponsors, and I don't know why.
they
How
didn't
much
come
are
to
they
us.
sponsoring? $30?
No. But, it's like having your name on the materials and stuff, but they're not going to get our name on the materials 2 days ahead, so. And I only heard about it on Thursday, so this is the
I
first
think
time
the
I could
fact
bring it
that,
up.
you going?
I was planning, I'm not sure I need to now, but. I
Because
was-
Francie's gonna speak
right,
now, aren't
so
you,
you're
Francie?
back
Well,
on.
yeah, and we can both speak. She's happy to have us both on the panel, but if you don't want to go, you don't have to. I'm going to go for the whole thing.
I'll go for some of it. I
I'm
think.
going to go for
Then I think you
8:35.
two are our donation to the cause.
There you go. Okay. All righty. Well, I'll let her know. I didn't have anything else. Anybody else have
The
anything?
only thing I did was the update on Veterans Park, and I think I already let you guys know what's going on there.
Great.
We're working on it. Should be soon.
Exciting.
Sneaking it in and sneaking it out. Can we take a break?
Oh, I had one thing.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about going to Jackson, Wyoming at one point. And I understand the airport manager's not there. It was going to be Thursday, was the original date. You discussed it with him. He's not there. Has any other date been chosen, and is the board interested in doing it?
I don't know how we all go.
We could get on an airplane, or we could get in a car and go.
Well, but the thing is do we need to be there in person to see the facility? I'm interested in how they operate their FBO. I don't know if I need to see their facility.
What,
I would like to.
John?
yeah, one of the challenges of having a quorum of the board goes, we have to make a reasonable accommodation for any public that would also
They'd
like
have
to
to be on the
attend
plane with us.
with you and going to Jackson. So it may be better if the board does have energy on this to maybe choose one or two members who want to do a tour, and then we can work with the airport management up there. They didn't know any of this was being talked about. We did have a sit down on the phone or whatever, Zoom or whatever it is, with them to understand what they're doing with their FBO. But I also think seeing their facilities and such may be helpful for ideas as our project moves forward. But I'd suggest maybe instead of a quorum, if the board has energy on that, maybe 1 or 2 representatives going up and then
I,
reporting
I think
back.
if we go, we should send 2, but also please read the GAO study from 1993 about flying in the mountains before we all get on an airplane.
Okay. We'll discuss and come up with a plan on Jackson.
When we have a different date, maybe.
Yeah, I think we should arrange with Jim what kind of timing works.
And we can do that. I think understanding how the board wants to handle that, then we can set up a time and plan it out.
Okay.
But I'd like an update on what you guys learned, too, from meeting with Jim the other day. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to talk about that more, Greg, or do you want to talk about it offline when we're not in a meeting?
No, I just wanted to bring it up. I don't think I would go, probably. I'd love to see the facility, but I can't go and be part of the FBO conversation.
Oh, right,
So
of
I
course.
just soon,
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be part of that, but I
Have
just.
them take
I-
good pictures
If
for
it
you.
was gonna happen, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't pushed under the rug or forgotten or,
Well, I
there's
think
always a
Kelly and
way to
I are
forget
both
about it.
thinking about it, aren't we, Kelly?
Yep.
Yeah. It's on our mind.
okay.
Okay, I think we're done for today, and we're going to take a little break, and then we're going to welcome Aspen.
Okay, we're gonna take a break.
Let's clean up
Thank
our.
you, guys.
Okay, welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners on Tuesday, September 19th. We are about to start a joint meeting with the City of Aspen. And at that meeting, we're going to be treated to a presentation by the name is, what's the name?
Roaring Fork Valley Wildfire Collaborative.
That.
Thanks.
And friends, I'll just very quickly introduce this. So this really is following up on a joint meeting topic between these two bodies. I think a little, year and a half ago, maybe now, where we did sit down and talk about wildfire mitigation. I'm sorry, I should know that by now. Where there's a conversation about wildfire mitigation efforts, wildfire planning, and the need to have a regional solution throughout the Roaring Fork Valley. And so staffs, both from the City of Aspen, Picken County, and a number of other organizations, as you will see, have been working diligently with the Forest Service and our fire districts and such to create that collaboration. And we're excited to hand this over to Angie Davlin, who is our, did I pronounce that correctly? Okay. Who is just recently appointed as the director of this new collaborative. So I will hand it over to Angie.
If you don't mind, I'm going to back up 1 second. I want to make sure that I welcome all the people from Aspen. I believe this is Bill and Sam's first time having a meeting with us in here. And it's the first time we've all been together since you were elected. So welcome to you all. Welcome to all the fire affiliated and law enforcement people out there. And Sarah, of course. And now we're ready.
Thanks. Awesome. Well, thanks so much for having us. I'm Angie Davlin. I manage the Roaring Fork Valley Wildfire Collaborative, and I'm joined by Allie Hager-Hammond, who is co-chair along with Chief Rick, who's behind us on the leadership team of the collaborative. And we'd love to just share a little bit about what the collaborative does and what we hope to do over the next years. So the collaborative's goal is to, its core work is to help all people in the valley prepare for and live with wildfires, noting that, our mission really focuses on a few things: identifying, prioritizing, and implementing strategic cross-boundary plans and projects with the purpose of creating fire-resilient landscapes and fire-adapted communities here in the Roaring Fork Valley. So our work spans the valley from Aspen all the way to Glenwood, and I'll show you a map here, all the surrounding lands. And the focus here is two things: the landscapes and the people that live within it. 3 core strategies that we use to do that, to create fire-adapted communities and resilient landscapes. So strategic mitigation work, that's cross-boundary, so cross-fire district, cross-county, cross-town and city boundary. Landscape scale, so thinking large-scale mitigation work to reduce fuels, so that if there's a wildfire in the adjacent lands, it's contained in a way that doesn't impact people or property. Secondly, cross-sector partnership, which is really core to the work that we do as a collaborative. Long-term, strategic, cross-sector coordination across partners, and I'll show you a list of who's involved in the collaborative here shortly. And then community engagement. Intentional, inclusive, responsive community education and engagement, noting that, the people ultimately who are responsible for keeping themselves safe and preventing a wildfire are the residents of the valley here. This is a map of the Roaring Fork watershed, and it for the most part encompasses the entirety of the collaborative's reach. So, the towns that you're well familiar with here in the valley. The map actually extends, our boundaries extend further into Glenwood Springs than this watershed show here, but I like this map because it shows that, we encompass lands far beyond the highway and the towns that we all live and recreate in. When we think about community resilience, really we're trying to shift people into a mindset where we need to live with fire. Fire suppression has been something that we've put too much focus on for decades now, and so we're living the consequences where, there are an abundance of fuels in the area here. Wildfires are becoming increasingly common, increasingly damaging, increasingly scary. That's something that right now I don't have to convince anyone of, given what just happened in Lahaina. But living with fire, I think, is a nuance that people are still kind of wrapping their heads around. And really, we're focusing on proactively reducing the destructive consequences. This is a great photo of living with fire here in the Roaring Fork Valley.
Wow. I was right in that parking lot looking at that.
Me too.
Is that in Frisco?
That's in the Willits.
Or the Willits, that's the Willits, okay.
You've been
Well,
to that Whole Foods market.
They had a fire over there by Frisco too, close to their Whole Foods, so that's why I asked.
Saw that barbecue.
It's definitely conspiracy.
All right, highlighting a couple of the big pieces of our work. So number one, cross-sector partnership. This is a list of who the Wildfire Collaborative comprises. And as you can see, it's big. We have all the counties, towns, cities. We have the 4 fire districts that make up this valley. We have a number of government entities, the Forest Service, the BLM, the State Forest Service, Parks and Wildlife, government entities that you may or may not have heard of, a number of state and national fire-focused entities like Fire Adapted Colorado. We have for-profits, nonprofits. We've got the skiing companies, the Cattlemen's Association. We've got people involved in watershed science. And we've got the conservation districts, the conservancy. And so, as you can see, these are all entities that, wildfire might not be at the core of their work, but it's sure, and increasingly impacting what they do.
How did we get Colorado Springs utilities? Is it water related?
I think so.
Like, Alex, could I invite Alex up to the table? Is that okay, Francie? Sure. Alex, I want you, I'm putting you on,
Parker.
I mean, Alex, Parker.
Marshall's not here.
I'm like, so used to that name. Parker, I'd like to invite you up to the table.
Yeah, they take water out of Rudai, I think.
Yeah, that's why I'm going.
That's what I was going to add. That's exactly it. That's how we end up with other outside utilities, is because of the diversion projects to the Front Range, Colorado Springs, Pueblo. They have a vested interest in our valley because they export our water to their side. So that's how they got involved.
Thanks. I'm officially employed by the Aspen Institute. This is a project that they've helped cultivate in partnership mostly with Aspen Fire for quite a while now, as well as the Conservancy, the Nature Conservancy at a national and a state level. And they are eager to be involved for many years to come. I will say it's the goal of the collaborative to spin off and become our own 501c3, with the Institute kind of serving as that incubator, but perhaps not staying on as a fiscal sponsor forever. Our funding model is a collaborative model. This is I'm sorry to slice this slide in half, but this is the top of a much longer chart, and the numbers of course get smaller as you go down. But here's the contributions from our incubancy in 2022 to this year, and then projections for next year and hopefully beyond. I think one thing that's really important here is we are not asking any entity to shoulder a heavy burden. We're asking to, that this load be distributed, and that everyone who has a stake in this help contribute.
No Forest Service on there? Oh,
Yeah, the State Forest Service is top.
U.S. Forest Service.
The U.S. Forest Service is incredibly involved in mitigation work, but they typically fund it themselves. So we'll work in partnership with them, but they shoulder multi-million-dollar mitigation projects without going through the collaborative.
Are the top 4 one time only, or does TBD really mean TBD, or is
grants that you can apply for every year, which there's some that are set to sunset 5 years or so from now, but hopefully that will find either a renewal or a similar funding mechanism through those same entities.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Right now, there's a ton of funding available for mitigation projects and things like that. I don't anticipate that lasting forever.
Could you speak up just a little bit?
Oh, sure. Right now, there's a ton of funding at the state level and the national level to do wildfire mitigation work. It's harder to fund things like infrastructure, salaries, funding to start up nonprofits, for example. But to do actual work on the landscape, right now, the state and the federal government is interested in investing. Anything you want to add?
Angie, is City of Aspen lower down on that list or no? Or not on the list at all?
Yes.
Oh,
Here,
I know it's only half.
I'll cheat and I can scroll, I think, if I stop presenting.
I might be able to bump it up for you.
There you go.
Great.
Promise you're on there.
Keep asking for money.
Will do, thanks. Oh, nice. Thanks, Ellie.
Thanks.
Nonprofits.
I think you're all probably well aware that mitigation makes a difference, but there's some compelling slides that just sort of help hammer on that point. I'm going to turn it over to Allie, the real fire person here, to help talk about these.
It's very kind. To just quickly introduce myself, if I've not met you already, Allie Hager-Hammond. I'm the Director of Community Wildfire Resilience with Aspen Fire. It's a position that started in October 2021. So this kind of project coordination, fundraising, and outreach is exactly, what we're doing here in our district. Today is not about our district. Today is about the collaborative, so I'm going to stay focused on that. But if you do have any questions about, what is happening in our district, happy to have a later kind of follow-up or, addition to this.
Just about acoustics in this room. You think if you speak into the microphone, it's going to go into the room? Well, actually, it doesn't. It just goes to televisions and people.
So you would like me to project?
I would like everybody
All right,
to
I will.
project,
You got it.
Because there are people sitting behind you.
I will bring out my inner theater kid. How's that?
Oh, thanks.
So this is an example, Long Mesa Fire. This is something that our deputy chief was on this fire, Jake Anderson, and this fire burned through very fast and very hot. And you can see the areas that are gray are the areas that burned. And the areas that are kind of more blackish looking from this perspective are areas that did not burn. And the reason they didn't burn is because treatments were done around those buildings to thin out the vegetation and fuels ahead of time. And so that's, what we're trying to communicate to people is that mitigation does make a difference. Similarly, this may be a familiar image for many / most of you. Again, next to the El Jebel trailer park area, mitigation had been done in that area in years previous, and this is a great example of how and why we do mitigation, because it helps us control fire behavior the most that we can say we have any control over fire behavior. We control fire behavior by either reducing the amount of fuels, the amount of oxygen, or the amount of heat. And most of the time, fuels is the only thing we have control over.
But we also had very heroic firefighters on that line, did we not?
Oh my goodness. We sure did.
It wasn't just the previous mitigation.
But this is exactly what gives those firefighters that are putting their lives on the line the opportunity to be successful. This is how you safely defend a neighborhood, because if you don't do that kind of work ahead of time, you put people into dangerous situations that they aren't able to have that control over.
Allie, can you tell us what they actually did there? Because it's hard to tell what mitigation they did to keep that fire line like it was.
Sure. It was basically vegetation thinning.
Just along the edge of the Crawford Park. Yeah.
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah. And then, to give you a little bit more context, what we talk about with homeowners is fuels reduction. We're not talking about clear cutting. Of course, a clear cut fire break may be the proper prescription in some cases, but we're not asking, Aspen or anyone in the Roaring Fork Valley to just mow down all of their vegetation. We're trying to reduce the vegetation. Again, sometimes that's helping prevent the fire from climbing up the trees, what we call ladder fuels. Sometimes it helps prevent the spread on the ground. But, you know, we're not asking for the like fully we're never gonna burn point. We're asking for like, let's do a little bit of preparation ahead of time. And, you know, I was looking at a study earlier with Angie, and one of the things that we were looking at with this study is when we ask people to do structural mitigation, so like home hardening, that can reduce your wildfire risk by about up to 40%. If you do structural and vegetation, you can reduce your fire risk up to 70%. So this is like very much data-backed reasons for asking people to also include vegetation in what they're doing in terms of home hardening.
And there's a lot of vegetation that you could have, aspen trees that are, you know, more fire friendly. There's a lot of vegetation, especially around Carbondale, all the pinyon and juniper, that's fire friendly in the other way, and that fire loves to burn it and burn it hot. So it's not that you have to take out everything, it's that you've got to be strategic with what you're leaving there.
Mm-hmm. We've got to be strategic and we've got to prioritize. So one of the things throughout the collaborative that we're trying to do is we're trying to have each fire district have a sort of proof of concept project. And this is going to be one that the county commissioners are already familiar with. There was someone who was like redeveloping their land at the end of Willoughby Way, and you'd been talking to them for like at least a year. My involvement with that was solely because we were working on a cross-boundary fuels mitigation project at the end of Willoughby Way. So in this area, this is the before picture. We've got a lot of oak, which again is going to burn hot and fast. We've got some stands of dead trees in there, which are kind of harder to see. There's some sagebrush, serviceberry, but what we see is we see a lot of potential fuels right next to an area that's going to be really, really hard to defend if you're a firefighter. So with a whole bunch of strategy that I won't go into great detail about for fear of boring you, this is what the after phase looks like. And this is also after you get that green up. This is immediately post mitigation. So it does look more bare than if you were to go up there right now. But again, this is what gives the firefighters the chance, the opportunity to be able to successfully defend a community. And so this is phase one. Phase two is going to connect the treated area in a specific spot, not all the way across, but in a specific spot, it'll connect down to the Rio Grande Trail. And then further down the line, we'd love to see this connect further up as well, up the hill. So this is what we are doing in our fire district. That is kind of the proof of concept, and we're asking for people in Roaring Fork Fire, Carbondale Fire, and Glenwood Springs Fire to also do a proof of concept project that you can then bring people to and say, see, this is fire mitigation. It's like actually very friendly to wildlife and habitat, and it doesn't look terrible. That one, it doesn't look as nice as it looks now. But to help people understand it a little bit better, because there are certain stigmas about like, no, I like my vegetation. It's like, well, maybe we can have a little bit of both.
All right, I think the question that we get from this too is, okay, that's great, but how do you know where to mitigate? And so another really important piece of the collaborative is utilizing the best data, the best maps, so that we can pinpoint exactly where mitigation needs to happen. I'll kick this one to you as well.
Sure. So what we are looking at, the map on the left is from the Garfield County CWPP, Community Wildfire Protection Plan, if you don't know that acronym yet. The one on the right is from the Colorado State Forest Service. They have a kind of forest health and wildfire interactive viewer thing where they've mapped out the entire state. And This helps us understand where areas of highest risk are. And things that go into that risk are, going to be slope, fuels, by that I mean vegetation. Where are our populated areas? Where are our areas that we need to conserve for drinking water? So we have all these ideas about where our highest risk is, as well where the population centers are. And when we overlay those, it helps us understand where work needs to get done. This map is a map of Aspen Fire. We're working on something called PODs, Potential Operational Delineations. All that means is if you're a firefighter, where are you going to try and put in a control line? If there's a fire right now, could you use that road to help hold a fire? Is there a water feature that can help you hold a fire right there? So by mapping out these different holding features, we get an idea of where can we connect holding features. If there's not a natural break, or like a ski run or a river or something like that that already exists as a break, can we work with landowners to create one? So that way we don't have to be like panicked running out with our chainsaws at the last minute while the fire's approaching to try and clear vegetation. We can have that done ahead of time and maintain these fuel breaks as a form of proactive land management. Do you want me to take this one too?
Sure. Well, I was going to say, Francie, now I know you live in Carbondale like me, and this map might give you the same heart palpitations that it gave me, but this is a map of wildfire occurrence probability, and it all looks fairly decent until you start getting into basalt, and then, of course, into the heart of Carbondale here. I'm new to wildfire. I just started in this role in June. I have been, pun intended, drinking from the fire hose, learning a lot over the past few months. But I feel, that most people here in the Valley are fairly ignorant to the critical wildfire risk that we shoulder here. Perhaps in Aspen, there's more awareness of it because there's, your homes are surrounded by more woods than in denser places. But I think an important role of the collaborative is to really help educate, citizens here that we live in a wildfire zone and we have to prepare for it.
Is that Missouri Heights that's purple?
It's the heart of Carbondale.
And then a little bit north, looks like?
Yeah, it's downtown core plus Missouri Heights plus the area, to the west. And the white areas on this map too, the risk might be higher, for example, in downtown Aspen than this map reflects because it's not that there's zero risk there, it's that developed, area.
And also, this map is pulled from the draft version of our updated CWPP through the county.
This actually came off the hazard mitigation plan. This is adopted. You all adopted this earlier this year. Or last year maybe. So this is Valerie's big project. Every couple of years with FEMA, we are required to go through that hazard mitigation plan. This is part of it. So this is, and when you start looking at probabilities, a lot that goes into probability. It's occurrence, like how often do we see wildfires in the area? So that helps add a number. What's the risk? So when you start looking at these different maps, it's a mesh of a bunch of different data that gives us that risk, whether it's a risk map, probability map, intensity map. There's a bunch of stuff that goes into it. And that's going back to our HMP and our soon to be updated CWPP. These maps will be in there because they're there to educate.
I think another element that this map shows well is, why is the collaborative necessary? Well, when you look at this and you overlay the county lines, the town lines, the Forest Service boundaries, BLM land, those entities on their own have a really hard time collaborating, especially fiscally. So they can't easily share money with other entities, but wildfire doesn't care about the lines that we draw. And so we need an outside entity that can help, raise funds and help strategically spend those money that cuts across those boundaries that we draw. Anything you want to say here? This one?
When we talk about that landscape scale, mitigation, we are protecting sources of drinking water by addressing things at the landscape scale. And we are also, like this Willoughby project is a great example of something that has multiple benefits. So when we do this thinning, we're doing it in a mosaic pattern, which is actually fantastic for wildlife. So we're creating habitat, improving forage, and doing something that lends itself to both habitat improvement and fire mitigation. A lot of the times an unhealthy forest is going to be a fire risk. So if you can improve the health of the forest, you reduce your fire risk. So that's what this means.
Okay, and the last element of the work that we do is focusing on inclusive community engagement. Why do community engagement? There are a couple elements here. Parker was at our meeting last week, and really we heard from the emergency management teams talking about how critical it is for especially homeowners to understand that it is on their shoulders to do mitigation work on their own property, to evacuate in a timely way, to get notifications. I think there's a notion that there's some alarm bell that's going to ring in the event of a wildfire, and people are going to wait for someone to knock on their door before they leave. And in a good scenario, someone hopefully will knock on your door, but there's a lot that individuals need to do to minimize risk for themselves. We do a couple things in this. So we talk about, neighborhood level or homeowner level fuel reduction. And so we help educate homeowners and, all of our fire districts and ALLI, the collaboratives here and in Eagle County help, band together in this effort where we're trying to help people figure out what they need to do on their property. They can call any fire district and someone will come to their property at no cost, do an assessment. There's no obligation. And they can come up with a bunch of recommendations to make that home more wildfire friendly, wildfire resistant.
I like friendly.
Sorry.
Come on over to visit.
Yeah, exactly.
What has the uptake been of that service? How many people do you get asking you to consult? Do we have any numbers on who's availed of themselves of the service?
I don't have any numbers off the top of my head. That's something I can absolutely find out. I can tell you that since we did our All Things Wildfire night a couple weeks ago, that our requests for these have basically quadrupled.
Good.
Well, that's good.
No kidding. There's a good attendance at that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can probably imagine, people in Missouri Heights, people up in, Red Mountain might be more interested than people that are less surrounded by vegetation. Goats. There's lots of different ways to do neighborhood level fuel reduction. I wouldn't even say that goats are a common way here, but they are one way. Other ways to do neighborhood fuel reduction could be things like community chipping programs. It's probably the main.
Sure, and talking directly with HOAs, a lot of times common areas are areas that get overlooked. But for example, common areas in Starwood are now also serving as areas of refuge. They're being maintained in a different, more strategic way, that if they can't evacuate from Starwood, if a tree falls and blocks everyone from getting out and everything's on fire, they can go to their common spaces and know that they can survive in those spaces.
Those are the wine cellars, right?
Nancy, can I? It came up at our meeting earlier today. We were reviewing a draft, kind of a draft of a we have caucuses in the county. And we saw something written into this plan about wildfire, about mitigation efforts, et cetera. And so we had a brief discussion, but another good contact would be, instead of HOAs in the county, would be with the caucuses, not just to come up with mitigation efforts, but maybe to have caucuses do a form of evacuation or safe spaces, which we haven't really seen in the past many years, but this brought it to our attention that our caucuses are starting to think that way. Great opportunity for our local fire districts or collaboratives and our emergency management to reach out to. Because evacuation was, I think, really one of the big issues that created that meeting at the fire station. And I think that's really on people's minds because of what happened in Maui, is how do we get out of Dodge? And so I think that is of interest to the elected sitting here today, is how do we advise our citizenry to think about that?
Yeah, advise and potentially incentivize. I think some people, when they think they're getting a deal, they're potentially more likely to participate. And so I think that that can also be a great strategy in terms of like using social science to get people on the same team.
Could you talk more on that, please?
Which part?
Incentivization of the behaviors.
There's a lot of local, and by local I mean across the state of Colorado, as well as sure California or any of the western states that deal with wildfire, where counties and cities will provide some form of incentive program. And so sometimes that's helping incentivize the first, like in Eagle County, it's the first 5 feet around your home. Eagle County will match up to like $2,500 if you are doing that kind of work. And don't quote me on that exact number because it's off the top of my head. But there's other potential forms of incentives. Sometimes that is like neighborhood chipping. That's something that the city and county are helping fund as an incentive to get people to create defensible space. Some places do incentives for replacing your roof. I think in our area with our egress challenges, we could even consider putting up a match for creating those areas of refuge or something like that. But yeah, there's plenty of specific examples if you guys would like more.
Big Bear Lake, California, they did a whole neighborhood roof replacement. And they have big signs of how proud they are. And I walked the neighborhood many times, and the shingles were disappearing, and fire hardened roofs were being installed. It was great, and people were definitely taking advantage of it because of their wildfire risk there.
And I can tell you that's
Great
a
contact.
thank you for that one. But that's a really big issue for our area is roofs and roof type.
Well, years ago, when I first started doing fire mitigation at my property, the Colorado foresters came and talked to me, and they helped me get a refund. I think it was $2,500 for my expenses.
Bless you. Thank you.
So I don't know if the state, I don't know if they do it anymore, but they used to offer, I think, up to $2,500 toward your mitigation expenses. And I'm not sure what other programs. Sarah has her hand up behind you.
Sarah?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. If you're not aware, earlier this year, the state legislature passed a new bill specifically around urban wildfire interface zones, and it will affect all of our building codes because it will promulgate regulations out of the state fire marshal's office for hardening of structures. So we have a land use interface that will naturally occur through any redevelopment or new development that we'll all have to implement. The timeline for that has not been released. They've just, do either of you know? Oh, Rick, where are you? You left. Okay.
All meaning everybody in Colorado?
No, you have to be in one of these zones that are identified with the bill that was passed. But we are in that. We are absolutely in it.
As a municipality or as the county?
Nope, county's included.
Okay.
So it's a WUI?
John, did you want to say something? Or were you just pointing out Sarah?
I was just going to say woo-wee.
Yeah,
WUI.
So if I could ask another question, what are your frustrations, Ally? I mean, we've talked about fire mitigation for years. Before you even came on to the fire mitigation thing, we were talking to Valerie about it. You look at Lahaina and it's gotten everybody's attention. You wonder if anything that we're doing here would actually change the outcome dramatically, because it all hinges on individual landowners doing the right thing for themselves, but also for their neighborhoods. If there's in my neighborhood in Brush Creek, probably one of the scariest offenders in this case, there are people out there who refuse to let you on their property to talk about fire mitigation, and they won't do it. And so the trees and the brush is growing up right next to their house. As my neighbor, I can mitigate all I want to my property line, but they're still a hazard, and they're a hazard for me and everybody else around them. It seems to me there ought to be a law. There ought to be some way where the state or the county or the city in this case could possibly whether it's incentives or rules about taking care of your neighbors and liability or responsibility for fire, because some of these places are egregiously dangerous in terms of risk that they're creating for their neighborhoods.
Sure, yeah. I mean, enforcement is a really big challenge. John, did you want to?
Didn't you mention the other couple of weeks ago that there is a law in California that if your neighbor refuses to do it,
France.
In France.
Yeah.
You can do it for them and charge them back.
And so California actually is a similar law. It doesn't go neighbor to neighbor. It goes government to landowner. So I can't say it was put in place a few years ago. Places like Big Bear, that's kind of what they're aimed at. Where if someone did have a hazard, there is, I think, a law in the books where it was passed. I'm not sure where it sits now because it's been a few years. That the government or the fire district go in and do the work for them and then send the bill back to the homeowner. As far as I'm aware, it was the first of its kind in the U.S. I know it was very much debated when it was passed. I'm not sure where it stands now a few years in, but that is something that California did implement some time ago.
Cool. It would be interesting to see how it's done and if it's been litigated. And
I would guess yes, but that's just me guessing. I mean, if you're asking what are the frustrations with being in this industry, like how much time do you guys have? But the short answer to that, hitting more directly on what you're talking about, we do see a lot of kind of neighbor finger pointing, and sometimes there's a big need to like have those people like bring it closer to home. It's like, okay, I know you're worried about their tree, but also have you noticed that you have a wood shake shingle roof? Like their tree isn't going to matter when there's a big fire because you have a wood shake shingle roof.
I have a Core 10 steel roof, by the way.
Not you, Greg. But, so we do see a fair bit of that. And we have, even today, I was on a walkthrough of Meadowwood, and they were really calling for, us to be able to enforce something. And it's like, we can't force anyone to do anything on their properties. So that's certainly a challenge. The other challenge is just, I would say it's a capacity issue. Like, this is a problem that has come out very quickly, right? Like in the last 3 to 5 years, wildfires are just insanely worse. And so it's going to not be a problem that gets any better anytime soon. In fact, it could potentially accelerate and continue to accelerate. And the way that we address it as a community and the way we respond to it is, are we going to scale up our capacity as wildfire scales up, or are we going to, however much effort and we put in on this side of things, on the prevention, the education, that's what's going to make the difference in the long term. So like, as much as I would love to just say like, I am all that you need in this district, and I'll solve all your problems. It's simply not true. Like, if we have additional capacity, there's going to be, I don't want to go on too long of a soapbox here, but if we want to see these challenges met, then we need to scale up to meet these challenges.
We have it in our land use code, no wood shingle roofs. We have fire mitigation issues that have to be maintained. You don't just do it once, it has to be maintained. Trees, clearance, crowning, all those things. You can't just trim the branches once, it has to be maintained. It's part of our land use code.
I'd like to ask maybe Parker and Kim to talk about, okay, we have a fire, what happens? So, what I know that we don't have distinctive evacuation routes for every single emergency, but I do think that there are 17,000 people in this county and beyond who'd like to know, what do we have? So I don't know whether it's Parker and Kim or Tori, who would like to address that, but yeah, great.
So we do have a county evacuation plan. It's hard, and with that, keep in mind that it is a very, it's a living document, because you don't know exactly what you're going to confront with each type of incident. So it talks about identifying our struggles with evacuation. That's what I wanted to mention here. There's two different things with wildfire preparation that are of issue. There's one, it's the mitigation. How do you reduce the risk around homes? How do you harden homes? How do you do all of that? Well, that gets us so far. Then there's the events like we have up at the East Troublesome Fire, where it doesn't matter how much mitigation you did. We have wind-driven fire, which is going to push past every mitigation effort you have. You might save a home or two here because of their hardened structures, but you have a large, fast-moving fire, and that is the evacuation side. So they're two very different issues, and I think you have to tackle them separately because, yes, they both may involve the same thing of fire, but they both present their own challenges. And I think you have to realize that there is a separation. So the evacuation piece is a huge one because in many places in the valley, in the county, and since it's a collaborative going down into Eagle and Garfield County, there's a lot of one-way in, one-way out neighborhoods. Aspen itself is more or less a one-way in, one-way out giant neighborhood because realistically, Independence Pass is not an evacuation route. One person does one thing wrong up there, now you have people facing the wrong direction in a closed valley surrounded by vegetation. So looking at the future, we need to start looking at the possibility of creating always having a secondary and effective egress that we just don't have currently. And I think that's what we have to start looking at with development. How do we have that? Because Starwood's a good example. There's two ways out of Starwood, but they're literally 50 feet apart in the same gully. That's one way. So trying to identify that piece and really being proactive, and it may take some adjustments. And I know years ago there was discussion about creating a secondary egress off of Red Mountain onto Rio Grande Trail. Stuff like that. We may have to be creative in our solutions because that Pickens County evacuation plan identifies that we have struggles. And that's unfortunately as far as it can really go because until we have another way, we have no solution to put it down on paper.
Bill, did you want to add to that?
Sure. So basically, just in agreement with what Parker's saying, really when we talk about evacuation planning, what we have is these frameworks within which we can conduct an evacuation depending on what the incident is, because you tell us what the incident is, we can probably describe some sort of evacuation plan, but until we actually know exactly what's happening, there's not a one-size-fits-all evacuation plan. Now, the city does this, the county's plan is something that the city, we use and link in with as well. And we've also done some individual citywide evacuation kind of planning using basically the resources we have, which is obviously Highway 82 and as our primary means out. But as we said at the last wildfire big meeting, if that were actually put into place, it would have to be a pretty terrible situation. And if it was that terrible situation, it would be very, very challenging to get Aspen evacuated in anything approximating fast.
Actually, you called it
What about-
ugly.
I did say ugly. I was trying not to say that again, but thank you, Patty.
So would we have like reverse 911 calls or what would be communication? What does that look like? Yeah.
Correct. So a few things, I jump back onto what Bill was saying. With evacuation, time and time again, all these places, whether it's hurricanes, you look at all the pictures of someone trying to leave the coast with a hurricane, whatever evacuation plan we have, whatever we put into place, it needs to be something the public uses every single day, because under stress, they're going to forget all these elaborate, we're going to turn this into that when this happens, we were going to shift traffic over these. So if you look at how we as humans, how animals think, we base our reaction to stress off experience. So I say that looking forward, whatever systems we create now for evacuation, those systems people need to be comfortable with using every single day when they get out of wherever they're going out of. In terms of ordnance evacuation, really trying to put the ownership of evacuation back on the individual. We will do everything we can to communicate with the people who are in the valley, whether it's tourists or residents. But with that, we can't guarantee that a cell site doesn't go down. We lose power. There's so many different things that can go wrong with technology. If that's all we're relying upon, we're gonna get caught in a bad spot. So we really try and educate the public. If you have a bad feeling, and there's that gut feeling, there's a lot that goes into that it's time to go. If you have concerns, go ahead of the order. Be way ahead of it. There's nothing wrong with making those moves on your own before the evacuation actually takes effect. You're out of the crowd, you're out of the stress, you're somewhere else while that incident plays itself out. So we really want to try and educate the public in the sense that they are responsible for their own safety, because we can't guarantee it. We don't have the resources to go tap on everybody's shoulder and everybody's door saying it's time to go. We have reverse 911, we have iPods for cell phones, we have Pick and Alert, the opt-in Pick and Alert, we have Reach Well, we have all these great systems. If the technology works in that moment, and more often than not it will, but there's no guarantee it will all the time.
Can I add to that real quick, Francie? Just real quick? And the other thing, somebody was just speaking to me that had been at that meeting about having your own evacuation plan for your own family, but have a contact. Not just, oh, I'll call my son on his cell phone. No, have somebody like, I'll call my sister in Southern California, so that every family member can contact that person who's not involved in the emergency here. So you can say, Mary Jo is at the high school and Sally is at the golf course. So family members, because that's a moment of panic when you can't find your family members.
Perfect opportunity to plug. We have pickandwildfire.gov.org, one of the two. With that, there's planning guides where, yes, there's a contact phone number, there's meeting places. Go fill those forms out with your friends, with your family, with anybody you know who means something to you.
.com.
.com. Is it .com?
.com.
Thank you. Go there. Those planning documents, we've had them up. Valerie put them up years ago. They're there to help people work through the process of emergency planning. And they're not just wildfire. It's any sort of emergency that may displace you, displace your family. Go there, fill them out, share them with your friends, share them with your family. Definitely don't keep them on the piece of paper at home. Keep them somewhere where, keep them online, email them out, whatever it is. That way they're there when you need them.
Thanks.
So if I may, you did ask about technology. The technology that we're also using is, we're using some forward-looking technology right now. There's a program out there that we've purchased regionally here called Ladris, which uses, it's very AI-based, but uses all the information gathered by Google Maps and some of the other Waze, some of the other traffic pattern products out there that we use, like to work our way around a traffic jam. Well, they also use that to predict traffic flows in situations such as emergency evacuations. So not only are we working on the technology that allows us to communicate to people in the midst of a situation, but we're also using that technology to try to develop more effective evacuation modeling. This modeling, currently Nancy Leslie, who's sitting a couple rows back behind us here, she is with the City of Aspen Special Events, and she kind of fronted the bill on this because she has to deal with the prospect of evacuating Aspen on the 4th of July when she, as the Special Events Department, has organized this giant cluster that happens every 4th of July here. And so so we're using that modeling, and it's currently being built out right now as we speak to predict, how many vehicles are coming from how many locations, what the capacities are in the hotels, how many cars are coming from there, and just it's very, very comprehensive, and we're using that to try to build a better mousetrap, if you will.
That's cool to hear about. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and it actually allows us to open roads or close roads or build bridges, for example, and say what would evacuation look like if there were a bridge in a certain place, or if this road had a certain number of lanes, or any of that, and allows us to predict evacuation times based on that.
Great.
Can I ask a question? There's a wave technology that worked so well for about 100 years. It's the siren on the top of the fire station.
Yes.
And it used to go every day at noon, and I don't think
I got it back.
I heard it.
Still does.
Is it back?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard
No,
it.
there was a glitch in it, and I realized we weren't having it, so I talked to John Peacock, and at the time we spoke, they were working on it. It's back.
It's back.
Yes.
Yeah, it
Oh, I
went off
can't wait.
today.
I'm going to come into town at noon just to listen for it.
Well, on that same note, there actually is another product that we're actually looking at with the fire department that is actually used in ship-to-ship hailing. So if you're on one boat and there's another boat all the way over there, but your radios aren't functioning, they actually have these systems that you can talk back and forth using compressed wave technology. It's like it's honestly, if you stood in front of it, it'd be a weapon. If you point it at somebody, you can really hurt them. But it gives you the capacity to speak for like about a mile and a half,
Wow.
audibly and understandably, not like the loudspeakers that we're accustomed to, but it's actually really good technology. It is pretty expensive, like 30 grand, but we're
Like values at risk.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
we
right,
have,
right.
You know, in terms of an insurance policy for values at risk,
Right.
it seems.
And we are looking at
30
that
grand, yeah.
for basically, in probably most of those uses is fire, and so we're working specifically with fire on that, but.
Well, thank you so much, guys. Unfortunately, we have to keep moving. We have more on the agenda. I could listen to this all night, to tell you the truth. Is there anybody else from the city who'd like to ask questions? The county's kind of dominated the questions here.
I would love to.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Thanks. Do you have more presentation materials? Are we cutting anything off?
I'm pretty darn close.
Okay.
And I won't go.
Do you want me to?
Big mitigation. You can just peek at them.
Do you want me to do my stuff now or after you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
First of all, thank you for all that you guys do. Congrats, Angie, for the new role. I have a couple sort of thoughts that I want to specifically mention on the city side. It seems like we're behind on these policies that encourage mitigation action, and we need to do some work on it. Two things that come to mind. One, I previously mentioned, which is we have no provisions for removal of fuels around structures without significant mitigation fees, and that's a huge disincentive to behave in the right way. So I think we on the city council really need to work on that and ensure that there isn't an impediment to removing those fuels, because it's a big financial impediment right now. And secondly, we still require wood shingle roofs on historic properties, and you can't even insure these houses that are being re-roofed right now. You cannot get insurance for a historic Victorian that has a wood shingle on it in the current insurance climate. So I think we need to consider alternatives for that too. I realize these are statements, not questions, but as I mentioned before, please ask, I'm only one of five, but please ask the city for more money on this effort that you're doing. I'm really appreciative of what you're doing and supportive of it. So I'm excited to see the results that you're able to deliver. And I guess my question would be two questions. One is, should we be considering locally based aerial firefighting resources, and is that something that you guys are working on? And two, what are our weakest points in, both physically and in terms of is it fuels? I think you mentioned fuels is like a big element. Is it evacuation? Like what should we really be tackling first?
Did you want to speak to
County has a fund, John Peacock. Pickett County has a fund that we've already allocated to the sheriff's office for emergency response with air. If we have a fire, it's standing out there so they don't have to go through any process. That money is there so they can call it a helicopter, correct?
Yeah, so it's actually sitting in my budget. The
Well, it's John's
sheriff and I
responsible.
work together to order, whatever air resources or mitigation measures so we can have a quick response to give time to get the board coordinated for response. We also have a separate pot of money to support fire mitigation efforts, some of which we partnered with the Forest Service and the Aspen Fire Protection District on.
So just to be clear, my question was specifically, should we have helicopters and planes at Aspen, Pickett County Airport, not somewhere else where we have to call in for that?
No.
There's been some discussions about that, like at Aspen Fire, and I would say the best person to talk to about that would be Jake Anderson. He's our deputy chief of operations, and he knows all the terminology like seats, single engine air tankers, and like the capabilities of the airport to support that kind of suppression response. And the suppression is less my arena as compared to mitigation. So I don't want to speak out of turn about something I don't know enough about. The other question was
Weakest points.
Can I pop in too? Just in terms of detection, Aspen now has 4 cameras, those panoramic cameras that can see most of the entire area here. Carbondale now has 2.
Holy Cross has it.
Okay, great. But those, they're not perfect. They can't see everywhere, and especially when there's, slopes and dips, things like that, that makes it difficult. But that's a huge step forward with some of the most modern technology. And so I think, continuing to explore what's out there and invest in that when it's available is critical.
great call. Yeah, that's very important.
I just wanted to share with Bill that talk you guys gave at the fire station recently, this was super interesting. The fact that there were 2 Chinook helicopters stationed at Rifle while fire danger was high here. And as soon as it started raining here, one of those Chinooks went to where it was needed more. And that's, what was the quote, 15 minutes airtime from Rifle to Aspen. So that eased my conscience quite a bit.
And they have a crew standby on them, so that's
Exactly.
what we need.
They were pretty quickly here with the Christine Fire for sure. Did you have more you wanted to present?
Did you get your second
I'm
question
done.
answered?
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you guys so much. Sarah?
Just to remind council too, you participated in funding of this panoramic wildfire detection this past year, and Chief just told me now he's asking me for more money to continue it, so we'll have those conversations. And then you'll see in addition to your wildland fire mitigation funds, you'll see a request in your 2024 budget for some staff time for a more coordinated effort than how we're currently doing it for you. And then the helicopters you asked about, purchase price starts at $24 million. So,
So like 2 or 3 of those should be great. Right?
so there's just some resource challenges, I think, with putting a dedicated one in the valley. The state made choices to invest in this equipment instead of relying on just a rental fleet after the 550 fires on $1 Million Highway. And I think it was a really smart move by the state to own these assets and strategically deploy them where risk is high.
Thanks, Sarah.
24 million?
All right, I think we're getting close to this part of the meeting. Thank you, ladies. That was great.
Thank you.
Very helpful.
Thanks.
Thanks, so.
Let me know if you have other questions and things. You know how to find me.
All right.
One house that pays for itself.
And now we're going to have an airport update
your
from
bill.
John Peacock and our airport manager, Dan.
I was gonna say the deadly duo, but what is it?
Yeah, don't say that around the airport,
I think there was another word in there.
I have the wrong presentation.
That's all right, we'll take it.
It does have a Far Side cartoon in it, that's pretty good.
Great, perfect timing. I
We
need
didn't get
one.
one this morning, by the way.
I know, no cartoons this morning.
Cartoons this morning.
The finance people are
Bye,
serious.
thank you.
Bye,
Bye.
bye, Ally.
Yes, all righty.
All right, thank you. I believe this is, pursuant to really a request from our friends at Aspen to get an update on what's happening at the airport. Dan and I are going to tag team. Dan's going to do most of the work. But we're going to talk a little bit about just the background, how we got to where we are today in the airport project. Talk a little bit about the common ground recommendations. And as you can see, Dan has everything else, including talking about the Airport Advisory Board, and then bringing you through what's happening with the conversations we're having now around an airport layout plan. We're going to talk a little bit about runway pavement conditions. I think that's important context right now for at least an important condition that we're considering in all of this. Talk a little bit about the process in selecting a fixed-based operator or making the decision to operate it ourselves. And then just some resources that we're putting out there if you want additional information. Oh, go ahead and, yep. Okay, so I'm going to go back even farther than 2018 because Francie left us so much time. But, this conversation around the airport has been going on since I got here. It was one of my first meetings back in 2011, and it turns out it was going on for a long time before that. And going back to 2016, the board at that point had adopted an airport layout plan that was really driven by a rejection of a previous airport layout plan around 2014. And originally in 2014, an airport layout plan was submitted that looked at different options for west side development. And at that time, we were pretty surprised that ALP came back from the FAA and said, gosh, we'll approve everything except the separation between the center line of the runway and the center line of the taxiways. That is a modification that we will no longer accept unless you demonstrate that you physically can't accommodate a runway with the separation for the design group airport that we are, which is design group 3. The county at that point went through a public process, came up with 16 alternatives, 14 if you go back into the documents, but some of them have A and B options. So he came up with 16 alternative airfield alignments, and at that time, those alignments showed that we could accommodate the 400-foot separation, and in 2016, the board adopted an airport layout plan that showed runway and taxiway separations at 400 feet, as well as a west side fixed-based operator. That led to an environmental, an EA, which was completed in 2018, and there is a finding of no significant impact at that point, which opened the county to receive FAA grants to start making capital improvements towards that FAA. But there was some changeover in the board at that time, and there was a pretty robust community conversation that there had not been enough public input into the EA process and into the previous airport planning processes. And the board at that time directed staff to take a step back and engage the public more in the airport layout plan and what the future of the airport should be. At the time, the board had, we had looked at creating a visioning committee with around 20 people. We accepted applications, about 120 people applied, and rather than excluding 100 people that wanted to participate in the process, the board found a way to appoint everyone to something. And so there was a 22-member visioning committee that was created, and that visioning committee was supported by 4 different work groups where applicants to the process were appointed. So we had 120 participants. We did have attrition from the subgroups, but not really from the visioning committee. We had 1 member resign from the visioning committee because they worked for an architectural firm that was potentially going to bid on any future projects, and they didn't want any conflicts that would prevent them from doing that. So we went through a pretty extensive 18-month process. It was citizen-led. John Bennett was the chair of that, or as we say, the pilot, and there were co-pilots, Meg Haynes and Jackie Francis, who are now on the Airport Advisory Board. And the county went through an 18-month process to get at what we now call the common ground recommendations. And these were not easy to get to. The community, for decades now, has had different views of what should and should not happen at the airport, and what could or could not happen with the FAA. At the end of this process, though, there was a lot of robust, very robust community discussion, and there was a hard-earned, I want to say hard-fought, I guess I should have changed that. I'd rather say hard-earned community consensus that led to a 20-to-1 vote on that visioning committee. And that produced 13 overall recommendations and 90 sub-recommendations that were brought forward to the Board of County Commissioners. The board reviewed all of those recommendations There were some small revisions, but not a lot of big revisions. And those revisions were adopted in a resolution, 105-2020 as a roadmap. Things stopped there because COVID. Really, we lost a lot of momentum. We lost a lot of that momentum, of that hard-earned community consensus by not being able, I think, to act on that as quickly. But the board, following, as we came out of COVID, we re-engaged in the airport process, and the board officially created an airport advisory board, which was a key recommendation of the visioning process, and disbanded the visioning committee. So there is a lot of history from how we got to point A to point B here. And there's a lot of history, and we may get some questions in terms of our conversations with the FAA and why we've done what we've done. At any rate, the preliminary project phasing and common ground recommendations were put into a format, that's the graphic that's on the slide, that we intend to use as a starting point for the future airport layout plan. With that, I'm going to hand it off to Dan to talk about the Airport Advisory Board and other topics.
Okay, thank you, John. And so I haven't had the pleasure to meet everybody. I'm the airport director, Dan Bartholomew. So as John mentioned, one of the recommendations, the common ground recommendations, was the establishment of an airport advisory board. The board really has 7 members, 2 alternates, 3 ex officio. Sarah serves as the Aspen representative on that board. And we meet once a month, the 3rd Thursday of every month, actually this Thursday, and we meet over at the Airport Operations Center on Owl Creek Road, so the opposite side of the airport from the terminal building. And really that's the purpose and function of the Airport Advisory Board. It's not the day-to-day operations of the airport. It's more, how does the airport evolve as it moves into the future, and to help guide us, and then bring those recommendations back to this board to make determinations on how we move forward.
How is that board chosen or appointed?
Everybody went through a sort of a, what would you say? It's, I guess it was a process where people could apply to be on the board, and they were selected by Board of County. Yep, full application.
Yeah. And the BOCC
interviews.
did final appointment?
Yep.
Correct.
On recommendation, or you guys went through all the applications?
We
went through every application.
We decided.
Yeah, the board made those appointments. Now the ex officio members are appointed by their jurisdictions.
Thanks.
So with that advisory board, we also have subcommittees that can allow them to focus on specific issues that they felt or feel are important to the community. We have a safety task force, if you will, and they look at anything from increasing aircraft safety and operational safety at the airport. Now, they cannot trump what the FAA views as a safe or unsafe operation. They can just make recommendations to enhancing safety at the airport. It's not that the airport is unsafe, but there's always ways to look at things a little differently and enhance safety and make recommendations on how we can do that. There is also an environmental component, and by environmental I mean carbon emissions, greenhouse gases, and then local and criteria pollutants. We are working actually with the city on that, so we're working with CJ Oliver and Kurt Dahl, working with the county, and we're also hiring, and we're going through the process, we're soliciting a consultant, an environmental consultant right now, to work with all the various jurisdictions around us and the airport to coordinate our efforts on how we're modeling and monitoring various things, because certain emissions come from the airport, certain emissions come from off the airport, and we need to find out which is which. So who is responsible for what, where they're happening, and how we can reduce those. We also are looking at noise. Our noise program is somewhat outdated at the airport, so we're also hiring a different consultant, a parallel process with the environmental consultant, to revamp our Fly Quiet program. We're going to actually put in permanent noise monitors around the airport and then model those noise events as they happen. And they'll be looking at other things that we can do to reduce noise, maybe operational items such as limiting the amount of time an auxiliary power unit, the ground jet unit, can operate at the airport at any given time. We also have a committee that's looking into the landside and airside or terminal design, the multimodal linkage between the city, Down Valley, and the airport. All at once. So that last group is starting to just get their feet wet a little bit, because that is sort of the last item that we have to wait for an ALP to be approved before we can really move forward with terminal design and implementation.
So quick question again, just about how the board functions. These are subcommittees of a 7-person board.
Correct.
So the subcommittee has 2 people on it?
No, so there can be multiple people from the advisory board on these committees. They're public meetings, but they can also bring in other experts or citizens from the community. The ones that are on the safety task force are typically pilots from the area that are used to flying in here, that have some knowledge of some of the concerns they may have. The other groups, more of an ad hoc group of individuals. As far as the ALP, that's what we're going through right now, and that's sort of the heavy lift to be able to get from the visioning process to an implementation process. It's required by the FAA. Really, all it is it's a very high-level blueprint of the design of the airport and the surrounding land uses, airspace, and all of that, to make sure that whatever happens with the airport is in a safe and efficient manner. It has various purposes to an ALP. It covers a number of items. Really, it ensures it's one of many documents that ensure FAA compliance. But the FAA compliance we're looking for here is the design of the airfield, making sure things aren't happening too close to one another. There's line of sight to various things. It looks at airspace obstructions. You can imagine we have a number of them around here. But it just lets the FAA know what we deal with in this particular environment. We'll be going through, we're also going to use it for asset management. We're going to use the information we garner from this for a geographic information system, manage our leases, manage some other things. It also provides a planning blueprint. Really what it is a planning document. What goes on in ALP doesn't mean that's actually going to happen. It's one step in numerous steps to make something happen. So ALP, if something is shown on the ALP, it needs to go through a NEPA or environmental process, and then it can go through the funding process, and then the design process, and the implementation process. So it's not a one-shot deal. It's just the first step in getting FAA agreement to that something is viable in the future.
A question on the
Sure.
FAA compliance.
Mm-hmm.
We're non-compliant as it is right now. How much flexibility is in that?
The FAA has moved from a stance of things there was a lot of latitude at one point with the FAA on what was in compliance, what was not, and everything is technically in sort of compliance. It's not the FAA is not as much of a black and white animal. It's getting more so, but that's where John alluded to a modification to standards. So if there are things that we don't fully comply with, they can make individual decisions to say we can live with that. However, there are some contingencies associated with that, such as our 95-foot wingspan restriction, because we don't meet the center line to center line taxiway to runway separation requirements. They are moving completely to an environment of they want a one-size-fits-all environment, because standardization is safety. Those are very highly correlated items. So they're moving forward with removing modification to standard. They want all airports to meet the same standards. There are some items that we are just not going to be able to fix, and other airports can't fix. The slope of our runway is greater than they would like, but it actually works in an advantage at Aspen because an uphill landing stops you faster, a downhill departure gets you off the ground faster. The slope is just not something that you can engineer it, you can fix it, but it's so egregious, it's just not, and it's not a safety concern. But that the limitations of the wingspans, that goes against a number of grant assurances that we have as far as access to the airport, but it's also a safety concern. You have more real estate between the two pieces of pavement, the safer it is. So, yeah, there are a number of challenges or non-conforming items we deal with.
And
Dan, I'd add into that you know, that the FAA, when they've been in front of us and talked to us over the years, have really emphasized there's two priorities that they have in this order. The first is safety, as Dan said. The second is access. And they're always looking to maximize both of those things in that order. And so as a Design Group 3 airport, the separation is about safety, but it is also about access. And from the FAA's perspective, which is not our community's perspective, right, necessarily, but from the FAA's perspective, as a Design Group 3 airport, if they're going to invest federal dollars, they want to be sure that they're investing them in a way that provides as much access to Group 3 aircraft as possible, with safety coming first. You know, and the aircraft that can operate in here will actually depend on their performance characteristics in high altitude, mountains. There's all kinds of challenges there that an aircraft has to get certified to operate in this position, or in these conditions. But the FAA has shown very little flexibility. I know they've been in front of our board on either of those issues.
Now, in the past, the FAA has held the piggy bank over the threat. If you don't do this, you're not going to get funding. How serious are they about that?
Very. That is their big stick, is really the funding. And, you know, it would be a different story if we were talking $5–10 million here and there. We're talking, you know, potentially hundreds of millions of dollars. So it's real money at that point, and it becomes a big deal. But it's not just money. You know, they can legally force us to do certain things. There's been a number of challenges where it's not just money. We have things called grant assurance obligations, which this board signs as the airport sponsor every time we take federal dollars. And with those, there are 39 grant assurances that we need to adhere to. And there are various penalties for violating those grant assurances.
But they have control over the taxiway and the runways, but once you get up onto the terminal, then we have local control.
Not necessarily. Actually, all of the property is federally obligated on the airport. So it's either been purchased or provided to the airport in some way using airport revenues. So anything that takes place on airport property, which they look at as federal property in a sense, that needs to be approved by the FAA. So it either had anything, if we build something on a piece of airport property that's not on the actual airfield but is next to the terminal, we still have to go through an environmental process through the federal government. So
I thought that there was local control over, let's say, the number of gates.
you know, there are some things that we can do as a local entity. It's not a completely black and white thing. On the airfield, from a safety standpoint, that's pretty black and white. Once you get off the airfield, that's where there's some latitude.
More local discretion. But they'll also look at making sure that, especially if any federal dollars are going into that infrastructure, that there aren't impediments to that access. That access issue is still important.
So, yeah, can you just explain so that City Council and the public can again hear what happens if we became our own airport and we told FAA we didn't want to, what kind of control FAA would still have over our airport?
Sure. I can give you a couple examples. So the pavement work we did this year, this board signed a grant for that pavement work. That grant is good for 20 years, the useful life of that pavement. So we are beholden to the FAA till 2043, whether we like it or not. And there are civil penalties for that, to maintain that pavement moving forward, other things. Property does not have a sunset clause in it. It lasts forever. So technically, even if we stop taking their money today, we are beholden to them forever until we dispose of that property at fair market value. So if we close the airport, we would have to pay back, technically, the FAA the money for that property at fair market value, at Aspen rates. So you can imagine what that acreage would be at Aspen rates that we'd have to come up with locally to pay them back.
And would we have to repay them if we did that for the remainder of that 20-year grant for new payment or any of the other grants? So it's not just one repayment for land. There's other factors that come in, and a lot of the public doesn't necessarily believe that, and we've been trying to vet that to document that that's in fact a fact. The other thing is, once you get up in the air, then you have the tower and airspace issues that have another regulatory authority over our airport.
Victoria, did you have something?
We can control the parking lot, though.
Yeah, that's ours, yes.
So how does this relate to, and maybe you could offer a little clarity on what I really only got information on maybe through the newspapers. There was recently something around growth numbers, growth predictions, something about that. And then how does that relate to what you use the term access? So, I mean, to me, this all, we keep talking about the FAA like they're them, it's them and stuff. And it just sounds like the FAA is basically telling us, hey, if you want a better service at your airport, we want a couple of things. Growth and access seem to be them, part of them.
I have some slides on.
Yeah, so Tori, I wonder if we can, because it's a great segue, because we have some slides on exactly that question. So I wonder if we can go through those and see if they answer your question, and
Sarah, he'll need
we'll
to be
come
let
back
back in
to
the
it.
door.
That's okay.
The door locks. Just to let her know, that door locks after 5 o'clock. So if you leave, you can't come back. So unless you knock.
Well, you can. We'll let you in.
Will we?
Thanks, Sarah.
So going back to the ALP very quickly here, it is a document that needs to be approved and signed by both the FAA and the airport sponsor, which is this board. And we're beholden to our current version right now, which was done in 2016 prior to the visioning process. That version, the main difference in that version is it shows a runway shift as opposed to a taxiway shift. And we're working to alter that with an updated ALP. So Mayor Tory, going back to your question here, we did go through a forecast and fleet mix analysis. This is one of the components that is a requirement of the ALP process. So the FAA has some guidelines on how a fleet mix and forecast needs to be performed. We have to look at historical information and then make some statistical analysis, mainly regression moving forward using past data. So this gives you a little idea of what the past has shown and then what we actually came up with and submitted to the FAA, which they approved about a month ago, maybe a little more. So past data has shown anywhere from a 2% employment growth, to, if you take shorter periods or long periods, 1.4%, et cetera. We submitted a 1.3% growth rate in passenger employments for the next 20 years to the FAA. We originally submitted something lower, about a 0.6 to 0.8%, which was part of the common ground recommendations. They immediately tossed that back at us and said, nope, that's an access restriction. We're not going to move forward with an airport layout plan that plans for what they consider a constrained growth forecast. If you look at the historical information, that straight line that you see on that graph is actually a 1.4% 22-year growth rate averaged out. We were able to get them down to just below that, which was actually a considerable win when working with the FAA. Again, it's just a forecast. It's for planning purposes only. Just because we say 1.3 doesn't mean 1.3 is going to happen. If we said 2% doesn't mean 2% is going to happen. Even if we said 0, doesn't mean 0 is going to happen. It's just for planning purposes only to give us a roadmap on how we develop the airport in the future.
What is CAGR?
Sorry, it's compounded annual growth rate. Sorry, we live in such a world of acronyms at the airport. We just sort of are blind to them after a while.
Does that come for general aviation as well as?
So this is passenger employments. There's also a forecast that does operations, and it will separate those operations down to commercial, air taxi, charters, military, and then just general aviation in general. So it breaks them out. The growth of general aviation is actually even smaller than that.
Because we can't really get employment numbers for GA because they don't provide them.
Yeah, there's no way to get that the way those operate.
Did you say the growth of GA is smaller than that?
Yeah, the growth rate of GA has actually been decreasing over the last, oddly enough. I mean, we've had this COVID blip and everything, but if you take the longitudinal evaluation of general aviation operations, they've actually been decreasing since 2000.
Hooray.
I'm sorry?
Inclusive or exclusive?
Inclusive of air taxi.
Yep. Inclusive?
Yeah, there's air taxi, which would be the NetJets type
Right,
things.
right.
And there's air carrier, which are United, Delta, American.
I do think it's important context for those who may not know it that we are the third, by employments, the third busiest commercial airport in Colorado. So it's, yeah, I think it's Denver, Colorado Springs,
Yeah,
and
and what's
us.
the GA percentage? I keep keeping.
83 GA right now, yeah, about for us.
83%.
Dan, did you say you don't have employment information for GA, but you have operation numbers?
Right.
And that's what isn't growing very rapidly.
That, so that segment, the overall general aviation, including local-based pilot operations, are not, they're actually slightly decreasing. However, they're forecasted to increase slightly over the next 20 years. But the only ones that are actually increasing are the local operations. So the local-based pilot operations have actually increased. The itinerant or distant operations, those have been decreasing.
Could that be tied to, say, the aviation school, for instance, or site?
You know,
who is that?
It's possible that that gets included in the local operations. It could be somebody just going around, buzzing around, coming back for one reason or another. Anything really under 50 miles is considered a local operation.
But we still have this balance problem where we're always hearing from commercial that they can't get in. You know, that's the biggest complaint I get from the airport is that.
You know, honestly, that's a common misnomer, actually. The FAA has, as we're talking about access restrictions and everything, the FAA would consider that an access restriction from their side. They cannot prioritize general aviation over commercial or commercial over generation. It's first come, first served basis. The areas where we get some issues for that is there's some getting aircraft, let's say, into Denver from here. And I don't want to get too much detail, but rather than put an aircraft from Aspen to Denver in the air when they're having restrictions in Denver, they hold them on the ground.
Right.
And as the general aviation aircraft that are not beholden to Denver's air traffic at that particular point in time are coming and going, the optics are, they're taking priority. So that's where things, and then there's other things as far as, you know, just first come, first serve,
Right.
those things.
That's probably bigger.
The optics make it look that way, but we've looked at the radar data, we've talked to the tower, we've talked to the FAA, and it just does not happen. No, if anything, it's probably slightly skewed towards the commercial operations, because if two aircraft meet at the same time, I don't mean actually meet, but they're coming at the same time, just want to be clear, they would probably give priority over the commercial.
To the commercial,
Yeah.
right, just for the number of people on board.
Number of people, but just the fuel loads on those planes typically are more restrictive.
So Greg, are you referring to the recent letter we got about the two commercial that had to get diverted to Grand Junction because they were running out of gas because they got backlogged behind GA?
No, that's a fuel issue, actually. So one of the aircraft was from Chicago. That's right on the edge of the envelope for an aircraft to get into Aspen. So it's
A lot of reserve to hang around.
they didn't have any reserve, and they were just restricted. You know, there was air traffic going on. They couldn't circle. They had to go into Grand Junction.
Steve?
So I had a question about that incident, which happens more, not just that one time, it happens other times. To me, that's a safety issue. If you have a commercial plane full of people coming in and they are running low on fuel, it's a safety issue. You don't want to send them to Grand Junction. You want to let them land at Aspen Airport.
Well, so
And
there's
why doesn't that safety thing come into consideration?
Well, there's a tremendous safety buffer already factored into the aircraft. So an aircraft that's flying, let's say, to Aspen, needs to have fuel to get to their alternative plus a certain amount of time. So that's already the safety issue. It doesn't ever become a safety issue. It's just they're butting up against getting to their alternative plus the buffer of extra amount of fuel. So it's never a safety issue. That's the one problem we have with the CRJ aircraft that flies in here, though. It does not have a very large range. If we have other aircraft, like an E-175 has a greater range, and then some of the aircraft that are in our fleet mix have much greater ranges than that. So it's really, we're just limited to that aircraft. That's really what happens there. So in addition to the forecast, we also have to look at a fleet mix. So there's two components for planning an airport. How many people are going to be coming through it, how many operations, and then the type of aircraft that the airfield's going to be designed for, you know, making sure that the taxiways are separated enough, that when you turn, there's a radii off the taxiway to the runway that's large enough, all sorts of things that go into that. So we can't, a forecast or a fleet mix in this case needs to be an aircraft that is currently in actual approval process by the FAA, can't be experimental, or it's already flying in the National Airspace System. Okay? We cannot choose anything that is experimental at any given time. They just won't allow that. If that would make the forecasting process impossible if you start doing that. It's too many what ifs. And too many aircraft go into design and never make it into production. So it'd be very difficult to do. But also, a fleet mix is not saying that that particular aircraft is going to fly here. It just means we need to design and plan around the characteristics of a particular aircraft. And they call those the most demanding characteristics of an aircraft to get in and out of and use this airport. That's all it's saying. It makes no prediction on that the aircraft is ever going to be flying in here. Okay, it's just the characteristics of that type of aircraft. Because an aircraft that may have those characteristics now may or may not be flying, or a new aircraft may be flying in 20 years from now, and we're planning for that. So we looked at 3 or 4 primary aircraft we had to in this evaluation. Currently we have the CRJ-700. That meets our 95-foot wingspan restriction. So does the E-175. Meets the 95-foot wingspan restriction, has the same number of seats, but the wingspan is slightly larger. The avionics are much better. So when it comes to diversions, it also has greater range. But it can also reduce the number of cancellations and diversions we get in here because it can get down lower and get in here easier. There is a process that the airlines are looking at right now. We're thinking sometime in the next 12 to 18 months. We're ready for them from an infrastructure standpoint at the airport, but it's looking like 12 to 18 months those may be coming into this airport.
The 175.
The 175. Much better,
What do
aircraft.
you need to change to allow for that?
Pardon?
To the existing airport?
We don't.
Anything?
Nothing.
I missed something. You said something about infrastructure.
Yeah, we're ready for that.
You are
We've done
ready
some
for
slight
that.
tweaks, but nothing major.
I would note though that, oh, sorry, Patty.
Didn't we just have different jetways? There was a higher.
Yeah, we have a flexible one right now. The
Yeah.
only thing about the E-175 aircraft is they want to make sure it's safe to operate in here, so they have to test it. There's some configuration changes they need to make in some of the software. It just changes the red line on the engines in the instant they need to do a go around. But it's not a normal thing. They need to, and then they need to train pilots.
So commercial needs to show that they could get out of here full payload on one engine in order to
Exactly,
justify
and that
safety.
A missed approach.
Yep, on a missed
Yeah.
approach, and that goes for
A
any
bulk.
aircraft that operates in here, any commercial aircraft that operates in here. So the
Could you comment on where else this has already been approved? That's something we talked about at
I'm
the
sorry.
advisory board.
What's been
The E-175, like they were testing in Telluride this summer.
Yes,
This summer,
so-
and there's a couple other places you told us that are really challenging.
Yes.
places.
So there's a certain number of airports that require that aircraft, that require the CRJ-700, were previously beholden just to that. So they've tested it in Gunnison, and it's going great there. They haven't had any cancellations or diversions with that aircraft in Gunnison, and it's going to be introduced this week or next week into Bishop, California,
Oh,
which
Ma-
also
Ma-
has
Mammoth Lakes.
Mammoth Lakes, which has the very difficult, both those have a sort of a difficult operating environment. They have some restrictions on the size of their facilities and things like that, and that will be operating in there as well. We're the last holdout right now.
Isn't it louder and dirtier?
Well, and that's what I was just going to say, Kelly. When we went through going all the way back to that visioning process, right, the first slide, there were goals set around emissions, around noise, right, and around growth. And the E-175 was looked at, and it actually, at least in the version that was operating at the time we did the visioning process, and I think there's probably been some changes. It was a noisier aircraft. It uses roughly the same engines as the CRJ-700, the exact same engines, but it's a little bit heavier aircraft, and so it's not as efficient. And so while the Vision Committee looked at, hey, this is a potential for an aircraft to operate in here, but we won't get emissions or noise improvements that we want for our community, which is why they started looking at the next aircraft that Dan's going to talk about.
Is the the 190, is that a newer and bigger?
The E-190?
Yeah.
It's a larger version, but it's probably too large given the engines that it does have to operate in and out of here.
Thanks.
Yep.
Is Embraer thinking of putting a different engine on the 175?
No, so same engine, but they're retrofitting the software to get more power so that they can squeeze more power out of the engine. That's what they're looking at doing.
What's the likelihood the 175 will be that, to go into service? Really, it's going to depend upon the airlines to buy these things. Whichever airplane flies here, it's not our choice.
I'd say
right?
very good. Actually, they already own, they're actually replacing, they basically replaced the majority of their CRJ fleets with the E-175s.
Okay, so that's a likelihood. And then what's the range on the 175? Is it similar or is it greater?
Greater.
It's greater,
Yep.
right.
Bigger fuel tanks, bigger wings. It's down to. Plus, when we get into a pilot shortage issue, which we're going through right now, there's a number of, very few pilots that are trained on the CRJ 700. Actually, right now, we're the only airport, once Bishop transfers over to the 175, we're the only airport left in the nation that is beholden to the CRJ 700.
That is what?
We're the only one that requires the CRJ 700. Once Bishop stops.
Commercially.
You can get
Commercially.
trained on the CRJ with lots of demand.
I only have one eye.
I know somebody who can train you.
So looking to the future, and this goes into the fleet mix forecast, we had to look at an aircraft that has potential to operate in and out of this airport, and that was the Airbus A220. The common ground recommendations suggest the A220-100 series, which has a capacity of 109 seats, and it's slightly, it's about 120,000 pounds gross to max takeoff weight. The FAA wanted us to look at something a little bigger than that, and that's the A220-300, which has the exact same wingspan within inches, weighs about 155,000 pounds gross maximum takeoff weight, but it carries 130 folks. So it's really, it's the same engines, same wingspan, 300 series just a little longer. So same.
And it requires a larger runway, whereas the
It requires a 150-foot wide runway as opposed to our existing 100-foot
100
wide.
doesn't.
The 100 doesn't, yep.
It's like 118, what, 116? What's the wingspan of a 100?
They're both 115 feet.
The 100 is 150?
100 is 14.9. The 300 is 15.1, or 115.1. So.
What are airlines' adoptions on the 220, 100 versus 300?
Actually, so Delta is buying them fairly.
The 300 or the 100?
Mostly the 300. There are some 100s in the fleet. The problem is given all things being equal, you have two aircraft same size, one air crew. If you can fly 130 people versus 107, it makes sense to them. So it's a business decision for them. Yep.
Wasn't one of our hopes, and I'm saying hopes in big bold, was that if we had a little larger plane, we might have fewer flights, but we don't know how that will play out at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think, given that, only 17% of our traffic is commercial, it's the numbers.
Yeah, but that was kind of a...
I'll have to complain a little. I don't think our consultants represented that quite the same way you just said that, as far as purchasing the 300 over the 100. It was really spelled out for us, I think.
More 100s than 300.
The 100 is the likely aircraft to come, not the 300.
And it actually is the likely.
Come in here.
I think it would be. I think with the way things are looking right now, it'd be highly speculative that the 300 could even get in here. It's just bigger, same engines between both aircraft. You have a smaller aircraft, lighter aircraft, gets out of here, can do a go around if it needs to. The 300 just may not work here. But these are just planning fleet tools. So they want us to plan for a 20-year horizon on aircraft. If they're going to redo our runway and taxiways with FAA funds, they want to make sure that we're not stymieing ourselves for one particular aircraft. So it's just the design characteristics. Whether the 300 could actually fly in here is limited.
And I think they're also looking at market conditions, Kelly, at that point, that there's been an advantage in making connections and such to having the smaller number of seats and more frequent operations of the smaller aircraft, so the 100 looks more physically capable of operating here, but also actually the increased operations play to making the greater connections to the different parts of the nation and world that people are traveling from. And so I think for those two reasons, they felt like the 100 was probably going to be a better market aircraft here.
So the 100 must have bigger range since it's the same power plant, but fewer passengers and lower weight.
It possibly does. I haven't looked at the range of the 100. Actually, for some reason, I believe the 300 actually has a longer range, though. And I think it's because and I'm not sure why. It may have bigger tanks. The wings are the same, but they may have stuffed more tanks into it.
That's Delta flying it?
Delta is definitely the first U.S. adopter of it. They're the only one flying it right now.
And how many Delta flights do we get in here versus?
You know, Delta is actually going year-round now. So
They're bumping it up.
They're bumping
I
it
was
up.
wondering about that.
Yep.
So, Dan, you said Delta's the only adopter of the
U.S. adopter. So
US. Oh, right, 'cause I just flew on Air Canada on
Air
it.
Canada
Yeah,
flies it.
yeah.
Yep, they're the
Couple
biggest
weeks ago,
adopter right now.
Interesting.
These aircraft come closer to meeting the emissions and noise targets that the Vision Committee set up, which is why the Vision Committee was high, particularly on the A220-100. But we don't get to discriminate based on aircraft.
So going quickly back to, so forecast fleet mix, one component of the ALP. The other one is what we actually put on that blueprint, if you will. So our goal on this is to, as closely as we can, and we're determined to do the best job we can on it, is to take those common ground recommendations and apply them to an official federal document that makes us eligible for funding and approvals to implement the common ground recommendations at the airport. So we remove the existing airport layout plan, which shifts the runway and does some other things, into what the community vision process came up with. And that's what we're working for right now.
What's the green, the limey green at the end? What is, because that's crossing over the highway, right?
Which limey green? This,
The
oh, right
little-
there. Those
yeah.
are called runway protection zones.
Okay, so that, because I'm going, what are we doing over the
They're-
highway?
Yeah, they're safety areas.
Okay,
for-
that's what I thought, but just never pictured that with the highway. And
Oh, okay.
Steve wants to move the highway.
It's like the runaway truck ramp on the pass.
Yep.
Right
And
across the
the
highway.
private aircraft operations will move to the other side of the runway?
That's the hope, that we can put some of the local based aircraft on the other side of the runway.
So not all of them, Mayor. We still have the main FBO operations under the common ground recommendations on the east side. One of the things that was recommended was what is adopting what's called ICAO, and I cannot remember what that stands for.
International Civil Aviation Organization, Sergeant.
That, thank you. Standards for parking, which, you know, creates safety. It also creates kind of what I'd call well-organized parking that we could eventually electrify around, but it reduces the total number of aircraft that can be parked on the east side. So we're looking for a way to at least maintain the same number of, or the Vision Committee is looking for a way to maintain at least the same number of parking spots. The only place to put them was on the west side, and what made the most sense was our local.
I know that's a concern for local GA, that they're going to be pushed out of a place to park.
No, yeah, not at all, and we're actually trying to give them an amenity here.
So I think we need to be very clear with that.
Yep.
And the other thing I want to say about an ALP, it's not an engineered document. I think for a layperson, the thing that really helped me understand it is it's a space reservation. It's a reservation for uses of land that was acquired with federal dollars that the FAA can then look at and say, yes, this is likely to meet our safety requirements. It's likely to meet our access requirements. It's likely to meet the other 29 grant assurances that we've been signing on to for decades, frankly, as a community, when we've accepted federal dollars, so that they can feel comfortable putting those improvements into a capital improvement plan and starting to allocate federal dollars to them.
Two questions real quickly. If you were to move some of the FBO over to the other side, would you have to do roadway improvements to Owl Creek Road?
Oh, go ahead, John. More than that?
Will it change the nature of Owl Creek Road?
No,
which
it
is now
shouldn't.
kind of a curbless, meandering pathway, bike path next to it and stuff like that. Would that change that?
Not necessarily. The current vision right now is to put the local-based aircraft on that side. So that really doesn't foster a whole lot of traffic, road traffic. A couple reasons why we put them over there. One, they won't conflict with the larger general aviation aircraft. But the other part is they just don't fly that often. So it makes sense to separate them out a little bit.
But I think, Mayor, if I'm hearing your concern is, do we have to relocate Owl Creek Road physically
or just
for
even
this?
improve it, just changing the character of it? And
So under the common ground recommendations, we should not have to relocate any portion. However, the common ground recommendations do require a midfield crossing, and that is not a given with the FAA or air traffic control. And so if we're asked to bring a taxiway down that west side, it is likely that a portion of Owl Creek Road and the trail would have to be relocated. We're actually doing some survey work on that right now just to ensure that there wouldn't be any encroachment onto open space, which of course would require a vote because that's yours, not ours. And so right now, under the common ground recommendations, the impact would be just what Dan is talking about. It would be what kind of additional traffic may end up on that road and accessing. If we have to run a taxiway because air traffic control isn't comfortable with the midfield crossing, that's probably a different question as to the physical nature of it.
then you talked just briefly about parking, aircraft parking, basically, and the amount of area that's available for that. What is the financial arrangement there? If somebody has an aircraft out there, do they pay you an overnight fee? What's the deal? Whose benefit is it to have more aircraft storage space?
So it depends on what you're considering benefit there. So as far from a monetary or economic benefit, the current fixed-based operator, Atlantic Aviation, handles all of that. That goes into, that money gets paid to them, okay, at that point. Now the patio shelters for our local-based aircraft, that comes to the county. So that's a little different. But then there's also other things such as drop and goes. So there's a lot of times there's just not enough room here. So an aircraft will come in, drop its passengers, fly that aircraft down to Centennial, Rifle, or someplace else. If we had more area to park them, we may be able to curb some of that.
And I appreciate that. But again, whose benefit is it? So basically, private aircraft, the benefit goes to the lessor of the operator of the FBO is for private aircraft. And I appreciate that there's maybe an environmental benefit or this, that, and the other, but I have some just comments for the end. So we have a meeting scheduled for after this at 6:00. I know that we're not going to hit that right on time because we'd have to already be walking over, but I'll save my comments for the end of the presentation.
Okay, sure. I'll buzz through this fairly
I
quickly.
just wonder if you know that what we do get from GA is fuel charges.
So if
and
they
it's a lot
stay
of
here,
money.
they fuel here.
That's a lot of money.
Well, it's all good, and
I mean, what the
that'll
airport gets.
I'll touch on that briefly in my
Yeah, I just didn't know
closing
if you knew
comments.
that. I just was
But
filling in.
I want to add any more, Tori, so you can have some time.
Very quickly on our pavement conditions, so a couple of years ago, we noticed some cracking taking place. That was a little odd. So we decided to do some cores, and we found out that everything under the top 4 inches of the cores as we pulled them out disintegrated. Okay. This does not mean, you can't land on the runway. It doesn't mean it's going to fall apart right now. It just means it's aged, and it's due for repair, or reconstruction in this case. So we did a little more granular on a study. It's sort of a sonogram for the runway. And the preliminary results showed that the major issues on the runway are subsurface. So they're not things that we can just do an uplift or an overlay on the runway. We actually have to remove soil, put in additional drainage, remove the subsurface of the runway. So right now we're going through a process of trying to figure out a schedule, cost, alternatives, but we need to complete the airport layout plan first because there's still not a codified decision on move the runway, move the taxiway. And until that happens, the FAA is not going to give us $100 million or such to reconstruct that runway.
sounds like Main Street.
Yep.
By the way, that was amazing.
You guys did a great job on
Well,
Main
yeah,
Street.
sorry.
Big time.
They're almost there.
Dan, I think this segues nicely into one of my questions, and feel free to be brief on this. Whether you do this as part of the overall airport construction or sort of separately, what's the longest the airport would realistically be closed for entirely?
Yes. Has that brief? No, I'm just kidding. No, so that's what we're trying to figure out right now. That's part of the scheduling and alternatives. There's a possibility, it could be, if you try to do it all at once, it could be a year or more, summer, year, construction season. But I think we could phase it so that we can do portions of it, so it'd be a shorter, month-long each time. So we can, and that's what we're trying to figure out, how we can accommodate that.
Right, and is the general thinking that the runway gets done with everything else?
Yes, yeah. They're
Subject
probably
to some phasing, of course,
they're
but
probably
it's
gonna-
not a separate project, really.
It's not a separate, I think it's gonna be in correlation.
Okay, and my other question, which I don't know when the best time to ask this, and again, be brief, is in terms of ground transportation and vehicular connections, how much of that is sort of cemented by the airport layout plan, and how much latitude is there still to work on that? And is there an interest in potentially connecting that to the lumberyard, for example, and things that are on the other side of 82?
100%. There's significant latitude to do that. Actually, we're going to be, Sarah is on one of their subcommittees for transportation, and we actually have a meeting on Thursday to just start getting into the conversations of how we're going to apply that stuff to the airport layout plan. We want to work with the stakeholders, meaning the city, the county, RAFTA, all that, to make sure we design this correctly. And again, as John mentioned, this is not a blueprint, it's not a design level document, but we need to reserve the space.
Like a plat map.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Thanks.
Yeah. So very quickly, there are 3 ways to operate an FBO typically under FBO.
Can Greg stay here
I'm
for
sorry.
that?
Yeah, this is very high level. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just go.
Yeah, earmuffs, Greg, yeah. So we can either have a third party own it and operate it, which we do now, Atlantic. They put in the capital money and the infrastructure, but they also operate it. And then they provide revenue, a percentage of the revenue under a normal agreement to the county. Okay. You can also have, we could develop it, put it on the capital infrastructure in there and all the money, and hire a third party just to operate it. And then we pay them a certain amount, a contracted amount to operate it for us. Or we can own and operate it ourselves. And that requires us to put it on the capital funds and then also take on additional county staff, because we can't proxy that to somebody. We have to own and operate it ourselves with county staff. So those are the 3 models that we were poised to go out and look at, and we're doing that right now. But we're also asked to solicit for a third party just to see what kind of recommendations or agreements we could get back from various parties out there, because this is a very clandestine, if you will, business that sits out there. It's very specialized, and we just are not privy to that as airport operators. So we did that. We did a solicitation last year. And we've been going through the process. The latest took place last week, where we're looking at a lease extension with our existing operator with significantly improved financial terms. And the reason for that is because we need to get some answers in the airport layout plan process and some FAA approvals on, are we going to do a taxiway shift or runway shift? Are they agreeing to that? Can we do midfield crossings? All of that type of stuff before we can really sit down and really think about a long-term lease agreement with anybody, or operating ourselves, whatever path we take. Oh, sorry.
We better wrap up.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I won't really go into this. Really what this says is we do not acquire any greater control over the airport if we operate an FBO ourselves or we send it out to a third-party operator to own and operate it. There's been some misinformation floated out there in the community and in some of the media articles that says if we go ahead and we do this ourselves and we forego FAA funding and all this, that we're good. We can operate this the way we are, and that's just not the case. Okay, we are beholden to those grant assurance obligations for a long time, if not forever. It's just not the case.
So to be clear,
Yep.
that list of bullet points that's the misinformation.
That's the misinformation.
Okay,
Oh,
the
well,
way it's presented, you could read it either way. Just want to be
Yeah.
sure.
I'm sorry, yes.
And I told him to hurry up, so he couldn't put context around it. So.
I didn't have it listed very well. Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute.
So, and then very quickly, we did start an airport newsletter, which just goes through various items, and you can sign up for it on the county website and get it in your email box once a month. And it just keeps people updated on things that are going on in the airport, operationally, project-wise. We give you some meet the airport team, all that kind of fun stuff. So, but that's it.
Is
Thank
it
you so
landing
much,
before or
Dan.
after curfew?
Well done. Tori, you have some questions?
Just a couple of statements, I guess. Everybody is in agreement in our communities around safety first, terminal improvements second, There's an awareness of air service as it relates to the aircraft, and so there's a lot of common ground, right, for the community. For the municipality of Aspen, the people that I represent by election, their concerns are about growth, about impacts, and that's not just in Aspen, right? So, for example, it's not to be misunderstood that we're just talking about how many people can fly here. You know, it's the impacts of larger airplanes, what that is for noise, what that is for employee generation that's needed to service those people that are coming here. It's ground transportation, and how does that interact and intersect with it? So there's a lot of different community implications that come from this, besides just the number of bodies that get here. So, you know, I just wanted to share with you that there's a lot of support for a big majority of what you guys are taking on and doing out there. There are a lot of questions that still revolve around some of those outstanding issues. Another way for me to phrase this, perhaps, is that, you know, when it comes to airport runway improvement, expansion, because I mean, could be moving it, could be widening it, could be whatever. I haven't really heard anybody in the community that is clamoring and cheering and super supportive of that in itself. The only reason that people are supportive of that is because we've been told that there won't be aircraft to land at our airport and service and the like. So, you know, I just want, as you guys go forward making decisions, understand what your goals are in that decision making, and understand some of the impacts and ramifications that will come from some of it. You know, we keep hearing that this isn't about larger airplanes, but it is making it possible for larger airplanes. We're told that this isn't about growth and about more passengers, yet there will be more growth and more passengers from this. So it's I want to take out the emotional part about it, where for a lot of Aspenites, we just don't like being told what we can and cannot do and cannot get, right? So
Especially by the federal government.
Yeah, you know, just the whole way this conversation plays in our community is difficult for some, but I don't want to focus on that. I just wanted to say, you know, as a constituent and as a coworker of yours, that I just hope that you guys are making the best decisions for our community. And that goes along with this FBO contract that you're working on. You know, I do want you guys to work out a contract that is in the best interest of the county. Right, and I understand, take over the airport and start doing that. I don't know that the county has the bandwidth to go in that direction, and I respect that. But perhaps the idea of hiring a management partner to oversee it, maybe that's an avenue you should go. I just want you guys to do the best thing for you. And that goes for revenue, that goes for environment, that goes for your community and the impacts for your communities. So that's all I just wanted to share with you, is that I have a tremendous amount of trust in you guys in the way that you're doing this. And I recognize that there's difficulties because you're being pressured from the FAA or others, and I just want you, you know, to know that you're supported and your community supports you pursuing community goals.
Thank you, Tori.
Yeah,
You
thanks,
can
Tori.
rest assured that we are trying to do the best thing for the county that we possibly can. And they're not easy decisions, but
It's a tough
especially
one.
with the pushback. So I think we'll wrap up on that. And thank you all for
Can
coming.
we join your next meeting, just because
Sure, come on over.
we haven't done
Yeah,
enough
we haven't
today?
had enough meetings.
We've only been in meetings
We'll
since
open
9
public
o'clock.
comment.
this
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
for you.
Yeah, come on. We got 2.5 hours more for you if you
Well,
like.
thank you guys for coming over.
2.5 if it's
Nice to see you all.
public comment.
The lumberyard, I think
Thank
I'll
you.
step out.